At the time, I had background in energy, and I was studying a master's degree in energy at the time, and I would have gone to Wheaton and I know the thing inside out. I actually went there as part of my study, so I could say to my congregation, this is a good buy according to my limited knowledge. I was studying a master's degree in energy at the time, and I would have gone to Wheaton and I know the thing inside out. I actually went there as part of my study, so I could say to my congregation, this is a good buy according to my limited knowledge. I was studying a master's degree in energy at the time, and I would have gone to Wheaton and I know the thing inside out. I actually went there as part of my study, so I could say to my congregation, this is a good buy according to my limited knowledge. I was studying a master's degree in energy at the time, and I would have gone to Wheaton and I know the thing inside out. I actually went there as part of my study, so I could say to my
Guys,
congregation,
I'm so
this is
sorry about
a good
this. Yeah, can you hear me, Richie? And Dana, you can hear me also? All right, sorry. So in my ear, I could hear Richie repeated like 7 or 15 times. Sorry. Yeah. So I'm still hearing it repeated. So the problem is that I'm hearing a whole lot more. Yeah, add a speaker going. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. And guys, that's why we always have a little delay when we start. We probably put Brick Talk for 9 o'clock with 8:30 being the the pre stuff, right? But we work right up until the edge of Brick Talk. All right. I'm assuming that people are still hearing me now. I can see that Danhai hearing me fine. They're not hearing us on YouTube. That is correct because YouTube. True. So if you're watching on YouTube, welcome. You're not hearing anybody else. You will hear them in a moment as I re-enable that sound. But give me one moment, please. Okay. So as I was saying, if you're listening on YouTube, welcome. You should be able to hear people on YouTube. You should be able to hear people on Twitter, including my co-host Danhai. Welcome. I'm gonna officially start Brick Talk now. So anything after this is during the episode that we have had these issues. Welcome to Brick Talk, another week, the last one for the first quarter 2022. And
Indeed.
amazingly,
What a run.
yeah, a hell of a Q1, boy. A hell of a Q1. Uh I
Play up on
can't
top of play up on top of. Oh, money.
yeah, I don't even want to exaggerate as to what it is. It's just it's a hell of a run, a Q1. If I had to plan the start of a year, I couldn't plan it much better than this. So I am I am surprised at the start. I'm very happy about the start. It's been a
I,
hell of a
I
start.
hope I hope Q2 tries to compete.
I do hope Q2 competes, and based on the things, the little signs I'm seeing in the market,
It might well. But,
not just compete, boy. It look like like them actually come to play, you know? Yeah, Q2, the things that I was expecting for Q1 aren't really the things that happened in Q1. So they're still set to happen in Q2.
Q2.
Yeah, and I was excited about Q1 because of those things. So I am yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to be. I don't want to overemphasize it, but I'm very happy about how the market is looking, especially at a time like this, especially at a time where Jamaica needs it. Famous for saying that the market is one of the ways that can allow regular people to make some money, and things are gonna get harder. I've been saying that before they got where they were now. When I was saying this gas was below $100 per liter, now gas is edging towards what, $200 per liter, over 200 in some places. Yeah, and it like I said, I think complain or profit. There's a limit to what you as an individual can do to change everything, change the world if you want. Not limiting your Richie, big up Richie there, but there's a limit to what you can do. So like oil prices going up, there's not much you can do about it in Jamaica other than protect yourself, and you're gonna have to pay that bill anyway. JPS is sending that bill at the end of the month anyway, so the most you can do is try and make a little bit of extra money. So when things go up, you can at least be able to handle it, and of course handle your future. So I am happy to see how the first quarter of the year has gone. I feel like there've been entire years on the market recently, because I've been on the
Yeah.
market for a long time. There've been entire years that haven't been as exciting as the first quarter. Yeah. I had said my official intro. I'm Randy. Guy on the other side of the screen, if you're watching us on YouTube, is Danhai.
If you're watching us on YouTube, okay, never mind.
Yeah, on YouTube
I'll
is
be-
Danhai.
If you're
And
watching us on Twitter, then you can read.
there we go. That is true. And the person you're hearing before, if you were listening on Twitter, is Richie, who we'll get back to in 1 second. And for everybody that's listening on Twitter, if you don't know how it go, this is Brick Talk. We talk about the market. It's a regular conversation. It is not the business news, right? So don't think that we're the business news. We're coming to report that XYZ happened and the market went up or blah, blah. That's not our thing. We're just a regular conversation, regular people who talk about the market, and especially great for people who want to have a business conversation without it sounded like
We know how much people get from the business news, how much regular people actually get from the business news. I don't even think, and then even then, the non-regulars, quote unquote, they don't get much from the business news either. If they are, then that's pretty sad. We know how much people get from the business news, how much regular people actually get from the business news. I kind of just dumped on the business news. And then even not my intention. The non-regulars, quote unquote, they don't get much from the business news either. If they are.
well, I'm happy for that. Sorry, and I heard the sounds again on my side, but I fixed it quietly, and I hope nobody on YouTube was bothered. So, with all that said, if you have anything you want to talk to us about the market, about anything at all, about stocks, as we do every week, send a speaking request, and we will get it going. I believe we have started, and part of the problem for everybody who is listening, you're wondering, it's me wanting to ensure that we have, a good audio connection for everybody watching on video that doesn't have delays is what has caused me to get, so it's a little hard on my side, but the beauty of it is that we are also live now and everybody can hear. So if you have a question, anything you wanted to ask about, anything you wanted to talk about, I know a bunch of people message me or tweet at me and say, oh, we should do it. I remember somebody just a little before we started say that, oh, should I say it now, or should I talk about it on Brick Talk? Well, this is Brick Talk. And I said, then I just signaled to me that he has to fix his phone. I think maybe plug it in. So it's another little dead air time.
Oh, no. I'm still here. That's not really in front of the screen. I'll send you a message and send it again.
Okay, perfect. You watch his song, by the way, Dana, if anything you might want to mute. In the meantime, if anybody is interested in, again, having a quick dead air conversation, you can talk. Or Richie, if you wanted to finish your point, you can unmute and finish what you're saying. Because I you say you change in Jamaica. Like you're taking a job from Bro God.
Well, one thing I recognize is everybody can do their part. You have to do a big chunk, but we have national heroes because one man had a tremendous impact, or one woman had a tremendous impact. So for me, I believe that I can be very influential. So I want to learn a thing and then teach others. And people will listen to me. So I want to get the thing good. So when I'm sharing with them, they can be confident and also profitable. So instead of I try to give a handout to all of people, teach them a skill. So learn it and teach them. And I realize that sometimes younger people give a handout are better at this thing than us older folk, because I'm closer to 50 than 30, right? Right. So I want my young people to learn. I see one of my mentee, come on now. Don't worry, I won't call your name. I know she's very shy, right? But we're doing this. A question was asked of me earlier. I think I asked, why is it within a continent after we started that investment back in 2019? Well,
it's
like a knowledge.
Sorry, say it again.
Well, when I bought Wicton stocks, and some members of my congregation bought it in 2019, and then I asked, well, we never continue. And for the most part, it's just lack of knowledge. It's lack of knowledge. And that is what I am seeking out now. To get the knowledge as we do grow, right? Knowledge and research so that I can learn and then teach others. So those who come behind me will find confidence in the same campaign, not just for Wiccan, but for many others.
Okay. I understand. I'm very, very, very happy when I hear that sort of thing. It's never too late to start. I will ask though, as somebody who maybe had a chance from before, because you say you're closer to 50 than 30. And while stocks are hot now, and I don't think they've ever been this hot, at least not in my lifetime, um, they were popular enough back in the day. There was a time when they're popular. Why would you have never touched it before? As somebody would have been
Well,
much older than me.
lack of knowledge. I grew up poor. I grew up in the ghettos of downtown Kingston. So when you hear things like stocks, it sounds like some uptown rich people thing. So even as I got through life, I didn't have anybody close to me who traded. So I maintain the thought I had as a child that is for uptown rich people thing and you need millions of dollars. So it is lack of knowledge. Now that I'm more exposed, I can even say that I'm gonna move some investment that I had for my daughter into stock. Just as our learning grow. Right? I've already started to plot it out how it will go. I have one
Okay.
daughter who's in high school, so when she finish high school, I want that money to be there for her for university. So I'm changing my strategy. It's really knowledge, lack of knowledge. A lot of people still have the perception that stocks is not for, well, I'm an engineer too. It's not for engineers. So them people over on the business street who did their MBA and so stuff like that. Now that I'm becoming more aware, then I will say to the people who will listen to me, follow back on me. We can do this. Don't watch yourself. If you have $10,000, we could do it, and we can multiply it because the bank barely give us 1%. So let us do this.
0.43%, I think, per annum is what they're giving last time I checked, based
Yeah,
on BOJ rate.
yeah, man, it's a scam. One of the biggest scam in Jamaica.
Yeah, I hesitate to say scam here simply because there's so many people here, and
Yeah, okay.
bank employees are very, very, very emotional about their employers. So it's not a scam, but it is something that almost anybody can do better than, even if them don't know. Like I say,
Yes.
if your money is in a bank account, chances are you'd make more on top of your money if you had it in the bank shares.
Facts.
Well, well, I'm a preacher, so I use certain words, that I
All right, Pastor. Uh, and thank you, by the way, Richie. And again, as I said, anybody, if you have any questions, anything you want to talk about, beginner, non-beginner, if you make a whip of money in the market, if you're not made a
Anyway,
whip of money, anyway that you want to talk, just send a speaking request on Twitter and we will approve and get going with it. Speaking about make a whip of money, Danhai, you saw that tweet that I put out a little earlier, or
no,
the
I'm go
player of
check
the
it.
week. I mean, it's
I'm go
a
check it.
bad player. I cannot lie. Somebody said, one of the girl grads, actually, one of the people in the girl subscriber group said, but I don't want to load the person up. So I told him that I'd post it, but of course, anonymously. And yeah, it's a bad piece of play. Boy, they make 1.1 million, 1.15
Player of
million.
the week.
Yeah, bad piece of play. Let me find it and show and share with you.
And
What
it's
is it?
funny how little it was being spoken about, eh? Never.
Yeah, because it's not the popular stock now, right? It's not one of the hot stocks now. It's not what people really paying attention to certain ways right now. So
Mm-hmm.
it
Proper,
is
proper, proper money. Lead me
yeah.
brother. Wow. Just so.
Just that's exactly what I said to them when I was talking. I said just
2 days.
so. Yeah. To the start at the start of the week. So for the people watching on YouTube, I'll show it in a moment. And for
What was
anybody
his
who's
average price? Average, yeah. Average purchase is $3 flat.
$3.
Jesus.
Yeah, let me show. I don't want to spoil it, so I want to find it so people can see it, and then
Put damn good
anybody who
money
is
in and
just
out.
listening,
Shit.
yeah, anybody who is just listening, I will describe what it is, and show you in one moment. Okay, so it's a play of the week, as I said. And so if you're watching on YouTube now, you can see it. Oh, you should be able to see it. And I'll zoom in case anybody can't see it. And of course, you can also see Danhai, which you may not have been able to see Danhai before. Sorry about that, Danhai. But yeah, this is the play of the week as far as I see it. So what they did was they bought mail pack on the 22nd and the 23rd. So most of it on they bought 1.4 million units of mail pack at $2.99, right? On the 22nd of March, which you listen, at least if you listen to us in the future, we're saying this on the 25th of March. So they bought it on Tuesday at $2.99, $2.99, and they bought some on Wednesday for $3.70, and also a little bit more, 14,000 units and 1,742 units on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. They sold today on Friday for $3.80. Sold all of the units today on Friday for $3.80. And big up the sponsor, Brick Talk, My Money JA. We have the setup. When it was being said to me, I had to go and, I mean, I like to be precise, so I had to go and check what it would actually look like in real numbers. Like, what is really mean? And for anybody who confused, I wonder, how would I work all that out? What I just saw is a little confusing. I can't get it. Yeah, it don't make sense to me. This is what it is here. So this is the play. Mail pack. So they bought, and you can do this, by the way, on your own. If you buy or sell stocks, you want to get a My Money JA account, this is one of the reasons why it's really, really good. They bought mail pack at an average cost of $3 and sold it 3 days later for $3.80, which netted them, this specific play here, it netted them in profit.
Bro, that's a good amount in and out, Move.
Yes, sir. It netted them in profit 1.18 million. 1.1, you can say 1.2. That'd be nice. And even if I put some to fees, I say 1.1 million in profit. Of course, they did put in 4.3 million. But suppose somebody did borrow 4.3 million. Suppose your mother get her pension.
Anything you have going on that and come up with a nice, don't it?
Yeah, suppose you sell the car and you get the money Monday, and Tuesday you put it in a mail pack, and Friday you take it back out. Now I'm not telling people that everybody can do that, and I tell people everybody should do that, and I'm saying you can do it every day. But this, I'm happy whenever I see the girl guys doing stuff like this. Very, very,
Because
very,
ability
very happy.
to see it and do it. That's us, If you can do it, then.
And so the person say, I mean, I actually posted a little bit of this conversation. The man said, change the mindset about the investing game. That is what I love. That is the important thing. It's not the money that actually impresses me. All right. It's not the big numbers that impress me. It's the fact that this person is not a finance person. They're not a stocks person. They're a regular person like anybody else who not in finance, who thought it was confusing, and then just do them thing themselves. Change the mindset, nothing else. And a regular person, boom, 1 million in cap gains. In capital gains.
Bro. Volume, Jesus.
Yeah.
Argue in pocket, no?
Yeah, right? You can't say whether that is, I mean, I know some people aren't blessed with the ability to predict things like this, but if you are, if you are, it is wonderful. Wonderful, right? And then the cherry
I want him to walk through the play. In terms of, I want to hear the mindset and thoughts going into it around it. That's why everything around it.
What I'll do is I'll talk to them and ask them if, for the girl subscriber group, we have a chill session. I'll ask if next chill session they want to talk about what they saw.
I do want to hear that.
Yeah. The next thing I liked was that when I said to them, so, I mean, it's like you said, just so. And they say, yeah, and we're talking about the thinking around it. And I say, the part I love about it is that, you can do, it's not like
It's not
Once
like
you
him
know that
try
you
to
can
think.
do it, yeah, man, you
There's
can
a
do it
reason them
again.
go and everything. That's what I want to hear. Yeah.
And there's more to come, right? Because I'm planning them next move already. So I mean, I'm cash out today. So I don't know that the money never gone into another stock today. There are stocks that I would have put. There's stocks that I would have put my extra 1.1 million into today. And the real cherry on top, let me say, if I even borrow the money from the bank, if you are brave enough to that, I'm not telling people who aren't brave enough or people who don't know what they're doing to that, that's higher
Who
risk.
not?
Yeah, do not
Bro.
do it if you don't know what you're doing. But if you are brave enough to do it, brother, 1.1 million in profit in 1 week, So maybe you can change your mind and go back to the bank and tell them, say, you know, but I want give them back the 5 mil and you have an extra mil. But also dividends. They qualify for the dividend. So the cherry on top is that they also get a nice like 112,000 in dividends, and that's after tax. And my money JA works out the dividends for you and pulls out the tax. So $112,490 and 27 cents is what they have qualified for in dividends, and them don't get it yet. So the dividend don't pay yet, but them qualify for it already. So them know, even though them said it, them know say, oh,
Bro.
next month, the 8th and next month, they have $112,000 coming to
Uh-huh.
account or coming to him house as a check or whatever. Yeah, I love when I see things like that. Love when I see things like that. That's some proper
Oh,
move, man. Yeah, man.
sure.
Play of the week, man. So proud when I saw it. Proud when I saw it. And it made me know, say, yo, what I've been teaching that girl really click when it,
When you connect, you connect.
yeah, exactly. When it connect, it connect. But yeah, love that. If and again, I just want to point out as what I said there, like I'm talking about, oh, you could have borrowed the money and you really could have borrowed the money, but that is not for you if you don't know what you're doing. All right, it's a higher risk move if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, much higher risk if you don't know what you're doing. If you do know what you're doing, though, this is beautiful. All right, beautiful. You can manage a whole heap of, you can take care of a whole heap of business if you do it this way. And of
With
course
1.1 million in 3 days.
right? And of course that is thanks to the rise of Mailpack, which as you're saying nobody was talking about, right?
I say nobody, but yeah. I know of some that we're speaking about.
Yeah, it rose 18.
You know them as well.
That is true. It rose 18.9, almost 19% today.
Easy.
You think they have something exciting coming?
Yes. Look and think there. Let's think about that. The day that buy is. That's a strong volume for. Me not get no share. Not getting no dividend. The person that bought today is not getting a dividend.
Exactly. The person buying today is not getting a dividend, so there must be a reason for it because there's all. I mean, yeah, like you said, stronger volume.
Yeah.
Stronger volume than usual today. Yet,
And we know enough things exciting coming around for me, and from less exciting to very exciting. And I think that's yeah. So let's see what it's right.
yep. Well, I would.
Boy, yo, so much things are happening. Like look on Fosrich.
Fosrich. Let's look on Fosrich. What's up with Fosrich? And by the way, guys, if you're listening in, you can send a speaking request, and we're more than happy to talk to you, Sir Christopher Phillips. I know you sent one, and we'll talk to you in one moment. But let me hear what Danhai is saying about Fosrich first.
Hey, Fosrich, look on that strong spike. In fact, we were just talking about the first of that spike earlier this year. We were talking on Brick Talk, probably in the last year, earlier this year, we were saying, look how it just jumped recently. And then here we are again at another jump. And the volumes on that trade that day recently. Yeah, man.
1.5 million.
And if you check them volumes nowadays, you're not seeing nothing in the queue. That's a strong volume for the level for what they are now.
That is true.
$60 million. Oh.
Yeah. The smart money moving in, the heavy money moving in.
I think so. Yeah, it looks a lot like something is coming. But it's funny. I can't remember when exactly, but at $4 when we had this conversation, and then it spiked to 8 in a very similar fashion, and then the money just came in eventually picks up everything now, and we see a spike again. Yeah, don't know. I feel like something is going on here, especially Fast Rich about other things to tell us.
Yeah, that is it still called Blue Diamond?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, guys, well, you don't want to link Danhai, who is a licensed investment advisor, and I should point out, I'll say it from time to time through Brick Talk that I am not a licensed investment advisor, and nothing that we say on this show should be taken or
I thought
considered as investment advice. If you want investment advice, link Danhai at dhadvisory.com. I got it right, Danhai?
D Hall advisor.
D-
Yeah, yeah,
dhadvisory.com.
I'm on the T for DH in real life.
So dhadvisory.com and set up a session with him for your own portfolio advisory. That is a proper advisory session, right? But if you are listening to us and thinking about what to buy from simply listening to us, I would not recommend that at all. I am not a licensed investment advisor, and during this show, even though Danhai is a licensed investment advisor, he is not dispensing investment advice. We do not buy or sell anything based simply on how we are speaking. And certainly something that I know a lot of people do, even though I said this, a lot of people do it anyway. Certainly, please don't try and figure out how we sound and some make me do it because I feel like them sound like them feel good about what them say. Sometimes I'm excited about stuff, and the excitement is not what you think, right? And sometimes
Long before too.
sometimes Danhai is excited about stuff, and the excitement does not mean that we're running in to buy it. And then other times when we buy stuff,
It doesn't even mean it's a good thing sometimes.
Yeah.
Or immediately a good thing. It could be, oh, John, it's the worst news you get in the short term, you're running to buy it, you're running right into it. So we're actually just talking about stuff, guys.
Yeah, we really are.
The whole question thing we're talking, and you guys can definitely chime in and ask questions or whatever. Which a line we won't cross, but the truth is we're not here to tell you what to do or anything. We're just talking about the market. We think the market needs to be talked about. So here we are.
Yeah, we genuinely like.
Oh yeah, we actually like this. Yes.
Yeah, we genuinely like investing. We genuinely like stocks. So
we genuinely like making money.
And we genuinely like making money. And I love knowing that other people are also making money. The beauty of the stock market is that it's not like me making money don't mean that you have to lose money. It's not a zero-sum game. Everybody can get in. And in fact, the more people that are in, the better it is. That's why we're always trying to bring more people into the market. Well, yeah, with all of that said, I'll jump back over to Christopher Phillips, who has joined us. And remember, guys, if you have any questions, any comments, anything you want to talk about, any questions you want to ask, send a speaking request and we will approve it and we can talk. And Sir Christopher, what's up? How are you doing? Christopher, if you're talking, you have to unmute. You might have forgotten that you're muted.
Hi, evening, Randy,
Evening,
and how's everybody?
Evening, boss. What's up?
All right, you know.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I saw the play of the week, and that is one. I actually had two questions. The first one was about the play of the week. I saw that it was the 25th that he sold the stocks back on. Now, if that is the last day for you to be able to benefit from getting the dividend payment, do you, if I had it, like, say, the morning of the 25th and I sell it the same day,
is it the last day? If you say you have to, okay, when they're doing it, when they're checking,
yes.
When they're
So
checking,
if you go in the ifs,
does it have to be the end?
he said if it is the day, if the 25th is the day, then
that's
you shouldn't sell today. But
do you have to have the
today,
stock
but
at the close of business for that day, or if I had it on?
Yes, but I saw a comment on this. I was just checking the thing. I saw a comment there, so I figure you're asking again if the 25th is the date. So the 25th is not the date.
And on whatever date it is, you do have to end the day with it. Yes, you have to.
With it in your possession. Okay.
Yeah, but the 25th is not the date. So Christopher, I can tell you never to grow yet.
I actually did. I did.
Okay.
I got, but the problem was that I did it right as I started getting interested in it. I did it then before I knew I still don't know anything. I'll be honest with you. But I did it before I knew anything at all to do with stock or investing. So everything that I was hearing, it was like brand new to me. And to be quite honest with you, I haven't taken it seriously since then. But my late New Year's resolution is to take everything seriously now and really get into it and really do the research and the work that needs to be put into it now. Better late than never.
That is true. Yeah.
True. Yeah. So when you said thing there, I often ask that. My follow-up question when I hear that is, have you been utilizing the tools and applying the principles? And you basically said no just now.
Yeah, I'll be quite honest with you.
You have to
because there's mistakes that when I say mistakes, I'll be like when I first started, I had some money and I said, all right, I jumped online, I looked at companies that I thought looked nice and whatever, I buy the stock, and just because I said, okay, well I have this much to spend on investing, let me buy. I like this one, and I just bought right then and there. And before I did any research, which was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't lost. Some of them were paying dividends, so I mean the value of the stock went down, but you're still getting dividend payments. But for
that's the other principles, Chris. It don't really work, so you know it don't work. So how much you make from dividends? How much the stock fall? You calculate that difference?
Yes, I did. I have my account on My Money J, and I had even before then I had the spreadsheet, so I was tracking everything.
Are you in green overall with the thing there, with the from the dividend payments and everything?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you in profit overall on the post? So if you buy X, X pay dividends and X go down, are the dividends more than the fall?
The dividends, no, but after that,
you've taken a loss
on those, yes. But since then, I invested more money in other stocks that I'm doing much better on.
Chris, it sounds like you might need to do a refresher.
I know. I'm very honest with you. I plan to do a refresher.
With the thing there, when you go for learn again, so you bring the book and make sure you say, "Cool, this up."
Yeah,
man.
And make sure you can you definitely put the thing. You can do the course. So might as well use it, right? Don't make the fear from before you do the course freeze you from using the things in the course that made it. You did the course because of those fears. So use the thing then. You pay a fee, so use it, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I think that is one thing as well. That because I did it and everything was brand new to me, and I said, all right, I didn't listen to, as I said, the research is. Can't stress how important doing the research is. I learned that the hard way. If you don't do the research,
when you start doing it.
Yeah, and I think because I made that mistake, it kind of made me extremely cautious. Saying, "Boy, that's why I don't think I took it seriously since then." Because it kind of made me get a little too cautious and say, "Boy, I don't know, I'm not doing this thing right,"
Yeah, I don't want you to get scared off from it. I don't like when people get scared off from it. So I tell you, like I almost implore you, like come and do grow. If you're free to have a grow tomorrow, come and do grow. You hear what you do, because we have advanced grow, which of course you'll be good at doing or understand better next week. Come and do grow if you can tomorrow. I mean, I know it's short notice. It's 10:00 tomorrow, or 10:30 tomorrow that it starts. But come and do grow tomorrow morning if you can, and I'll give you like a discount on the advanced grow or something, but just come and do it because you know the stuff. But I see you making a mistake that a lot of beginners make, a lot of common mistakes. People make it, like even just thinking about the fact that the dividend was tomorrow. Well, the dividend date was today. The record date was today, which it was today, right? And X date was yesterday. So if you know how it goes. If you remember from grow, the X date is important. It's the first date when you can't get the dividend. So it can be a little confusing. So come grow, let me just carry you through those principles again. I think you'll find a whole heap of value in it. How long ago did you do it?
I did it. It was Wigton is what got me into it.
2019.
And yeah, it was like, I think it was one of the first ones that you did.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that I joined. But as I said, I was, you know, I don't. I know some people might be embarrassed to say, but honestly, I never knew what I was talking about. I didn't know anything. I got into it. I took notes and stuff, but honestly, I didn't. What I learned, I did not put into practice. That is what it boiled down to.
Okay, I see.
It was on me.
Mhm.
And it kind of, as I said, because I made those mistakes, it kind of made me kind of step back a bit and say, all right, let me just leave it there and see.
What I like though is that you're going to be going back
Mm-hmm.
with new perspective. So you know all of the issues that you need to address. You have all you can compare all the right questions that you never had before because now
Mhm.
you know what you need to tighten up on. So you know what to ask Randy in the
Mm-hmm.
girl. You know what key areas you need to work on.
Yeah, man,
So
definitely. I mean,
yeah,
it's all part of the learning process,
yeah
really.
man.
Yeah.
Just hopefully you don't lose money on it, but it's part of the process. And as long as
Mhm.
you understand what you did wrong and you fix that, then going forward you should be all right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
As Randy
And
said, if it was easy, everybody would do it. All right. So
Exactly,
that
exactly.
that's where the homework come in. And trust me, I know all about that. Yeah. My father was a maths teacher, so it's always but it's the same principle. Yes, yes, you're practicing at home, all them foolishness there. But the
Mhm.
truth is, I could have get audited maths. I cannot get audited into investing because boy, it will leave you. You can't stop doing it. You can't neglect the work just because it's your money. It's real life.
yeah.
Mhm.
I
And
had no, go ahead. Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
the Wigton, I mean, it was great because I actually
Mm-hmm.
I made a good chunk of money off of Wigton.
Mm-hmm.
I got in at the IPO at the 50 cents and I sold my units for 89 cents. So I made some good money off of it. And I think that, I mean, it was great, but I think that kind of actually made me think, boy, this is a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. And I think that, that in a way, it was a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. I see Leaching's quote all the time. It's simple, not easy. But don't confuse the two. Very different thing. Simplification doesn't mean a thing becomes easy. It just means it's easier to understand.
Yes.
It's easier to run a process on it, and you know to do better. Doesn't get any easier. In fact, growth teaches you that, yo boy, if you were to actually get up and do the process and everything there, you find out very quickly this isn't easy work. It's just
Mhm.
necessary work.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I actually had
100%
a
true.
second sort of a question.
Mhm.
Yeah, man.
Um, the like one thing is having money in the trading account. Is there like, if I have say $10,000 to invest, um, is there like a percentage that you say, all right, I'm not going to spend, and I'm going to put that whole 10,000 or 100,000 or whatever into buying a stock now. I want to make sure that I have a little bit in case something comes up and I can see where I can get into something that might be really good. So I
You know
just
what
want
that
to
is?
know if there's like a
That's fair.
percentage.
That's straight fair talking. Because we have a thing where we forget that we can sell for one.
Uh-huh.
And when we have this idea, you know the truth of it. If you have $10 million and you know from jump that this stock does know, you actually know. Because say you know that Randy's going to buy the stock from you for 10
Mhm.
times that amount, right?
Yeah.
How much of the stock you buy? You know that Randy will feel any amount about it. No matter what you put
Yeah,
into it, Randy will buy it for 10
much
times.
as
All right.
I'll be like the player of the week and put
You
as
see,
much as
you
I
see
can
the
into it.
difference there is that certainty. You're not
Mhm.
really sure that the thing you're putting money in is worth it for all your money. That's what you're saying to yourself. You're not
Mhm.
sure that the basket of stock you put pure stocks and you say good in all of those and they're the best fix for you in your mind.
Mhm.
Why are you not putting the next extra money? If you're doing the cash thing and keeping this in cash, what are you waiting on? do you have an actual timeline around when this money needs to be invested? Or you have a whole goal to work on, and 10% of your money not going to help towards that goal. So your goal is harder now, because only 90% of your money going towards it. If I need to make 1 mil from my 1 mil, and I only put 900,000, my work is harder, because I have to find something that will move 120%. Versus, I say 120, I don't know the actual number. But yeah, versus I have 1 mil, I only need to find 100% return. It's more, you're making your life harder because that cash not going to work. So it's a thing you're putting your money into, a thing that you decide. If you actually think it's going to take it to your goal, why all your money not there? If I'm not saying you buy one stock or anything like that. I'm just saying you would choose your portfolio where all your money invested. What's the point of the cash? You buy the stocks for a reason, because the stocks will move. What's the point of the cash? When the thing that the glorious thing comes up that you don't want, there's something great comes up. The question you ask yourself, no, should I invest all this cash because the next thing might come up?
Yes.
And then now you have you picked 4 stocks to do what you need to do, and now you have 16 because the money just keeps splitting because you need the cash on the account at any given time for this thing that comes up, and you never actually spend all the cash.
Okay. So,
yeah. So
everything basically goes back to research.
That's generally what I say is invest as much as you can. Put all the money up. All the money that you see, have a certain amount of money invested, actually invest all of it. Right? If you're keeping in cash, what's the purpose of the keeping in cash? What are you going to do with that money? Do you have any plans around that money? If you're waiting on a thing, I know people wait for an IPO.
Yeah.
No timeline, nothing. Just when one busts, that's when I get invest. And I make the nice I make the 300% on the 10 grand out of my 1 mil that's supposed to go. 990 left to the next IPO. And I'm going to tell my friends who are bingo after the IPO, the money triple, brother. But most of my money never touched nothing. You went in with 1 mil and you made 20,000.
Yeah. Or they do that thing where they only look at the stock that them like in the moment. So I buy First Rock because it was popular, but Trans Jamaica was popular, it never work out. But I don't sell it, so I still in there down. But then along comes Cygnus. Well, Cygnus was before, so along comes there's Trans Jamaica, then there's First Rock. And when Trans Jamaica dip, I run and look at First Rock. And then when First Rock dip, I'm looking at Cygnus Real Estate. And then I'm looking at Fesco, and then Fesco fly, and I love Fesco, and I'm making money. Yeah, my 100% on Fesco. So I no longer looking on my Trans Jamaica and my thing. I said, boy, them now work out right now, but them soon recover, and your money sitting there and wasting because it's in an asset that's
and more than anything, you realize,
yeah.
If you sell Trans Jamaica and go to the Fesco that did well. That's more money working, and look a piece, the money that went to Fesco. You could have got more money in Fesco. Do you know what you need to do?
Yeah, the money that's in the stock that you're ignoring, and the money that's in the stock
it's
that
really
you're celebrating. How much better would you? Yes, you never want to exit the stock at a loss, but if you had exited it as a loss and put it in the stock that you went into, the one that flew, how much more would your overall money be?
Yes, that is something that I actually suffered from recently as well.
It's a very popular thing.
Exactly. And that's what you're actually there for, It's not the 40 grand out of the 100 grand that goes to the festival and does well. That's great. But you're actually there at 100 grand. 100 grand is what you need to be profitable at. So while you're in this thing that you don't expect to do well going forward, has done poorly for you. It's like a bad relationship. The girl get born and then everybody there say, "Oh, left," but you say, "No, I'm staying. Maybe she changes." And despite the bond continuing, they're the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't build a stock because it did bad. In my head, I hear that so often. Boy, it fell, so I keep it. You hear yourself? Boy, it go wrong, so I keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying necessarily because it go wrong, but fine. Look at it. Is it going to do? Is it at least it's down now? Yeah, 100 grand is now 80 grand. You went there looking to make 20 grand. Could be 120. What's going to take you from 80 to 120? Is it the same stock that did badly? It can be. If I actually made that decision. Don't move away from it because boy, it's a hard decision to make. check and say, boy, I think it's going to what it's going to. Or it's will recover. When? How? Why? Why this thing going to recover? It's down on IPO. Boy, it's all the news out for the company is the prospectus and it's down. But suddenly, something going to come along and fix it. What's going to come along? Do you have any expectations around that? If not, I think you better serve somewhere else where you actually expect to get the money you think you can get from that move. So, cool. Trans Jamaica not doing it well. 100 right now, 80 grand. Good thing mail pack is around the corner, and you expect whatever from mail pack, you jump in, get for you get the player of the week, and you're good. Versus
Yes.
sitting in Trans Jamaica
Mm-hmm.
because and sitting in Trans Jamaica just because.
Mm-hmm.
So figure out if the money you have in the thing that did badly is going to do what you need to do or what you want it to do, and make a decision there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd considered before selling it. It would have been a loss, but as
So what?
I think about it. Yeah, I don't exactly because as I said, I was about Fesco and I made a good chunk off of that. And if I'd have sold this at a loss and put that money in Fesco, I would have made back whatever I had lost on it. So
Yeah,
That's
that
smart.
concept is real everywhere but stocks to people, Randy. The idea that because you sell, that's when you lose the money.
Because
You
it
buy
was
the car and
popularized.
everybody tell you say, yo, the moment you drive the car after that, it worth less than you think that, and you can never sell it, so you understand that the car loses value. So we
Mhm.
actually lost money on buying the car, but I saw it got cut, the car will do what I need to do.
Yeah.
You buy the stock and it go down, why not go sell? Because, well, it's worth less now, but the company is valued at whatever, and the fair value, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to stick with this loss for whatever reason. You lose the money already, or I don't lose until I sell. No, you lose the money already. You exchange the cash for the stock. If you were to try to get back anything on the stock, no, be less than what you put in it. They lose money.
Yeah. And also the loss while you're in the stock, the general thing they like to say, which I hear it all the time, it annoys me, is it's a repeating of the finance only thing. It's not a loss until you've realized it, right?
Don't you realize it? Rubbish.
Oh my God, man. It's the
Because
banks that
when you're
tell
doing the
people that,
taxes, when you need to ask for money to borrow against the shares, yeah, I tell the man say, no man, remember say it's not realized last, Imagine that. You got to answer, well, NCB is valued at 200 because I bought that 200. I haven't realized the loss yet, so give me the loan at 200.
Yep.
That don't make sense to anybody, but suddenly, back, they
Yep.
think of it like that.
In fact, a lot of people bought. I use a real example and big up the Virgin from Matthew from the girl group who sent me this. This I should remind people about it. This chart is the amount of gains. For those of you watching on one of the video mediums, so, the gains required to recover from a loss. Right? If you lose 30% on a stock, you have to get 43% profit in order just to get back at square one. If you lose 40% on a stock, you need 67% profit just to get back to square one. When people see that things not going well at 10% and then decide, oh no, well, I don't want to sell at
Just
a
left
loss.
it.
Let me leave it. And then them sit
well,
down in it and it got to 20% and them say, boy, really not do that. And them stop look at it. 30% them stop looking at it and then put other money in another IPO. And that IPO doing well. So the thing go down 40% now. Imagine that. It has to rise 67% for you to get back to zero. Yeah, why sit in the loss?
It only gets worse. Only gets worse.
Yeah,
Yes,
why
bro.
sit in the loss? Right? That's like you're walking down a road and you realize, I want to go to this, I want to go downtown. And you're walking on the road and you realize, wait, no, I'm heading to Spanish Town instead. And you go, but the road
You
is
go
so
on.
nice. The road is
You
so nice.
Columbus
Let me
it.
keep walking. You can't do that. We can't do that, man. And so I like that you get it, Chris. I like that you get it, Chris. And I think you're hearing it. I hear it in your voice that you get it, and there's a change. I'm not rushing you. You do it at your own pace. I'll just tell you that, you and for anybody listening or watching, do not think that you don't know enough. You know enough already. Do not think that you can't understand it and it's beyond you. It is not beyond you. And do not think that you have to stick with something simply because you bought it. It can sell. Trust me, it can sell. Your money is the important thing, not the stock. All right? These people,
Definitely.
Yeah, the people who own these companies at the top level, the majority shareholders, they don't give a damn about. They don't, most of them, I can't speak for them because I don't know all of them, but generally speaking, the owner of JMB isn't thinking about me, what I'm doing him day to day, right? He's not thinking about you. So why are you thinking about their majority share owned company when you are considering your money? Put your money first. That's a simple truth. Put your money first. And yeah, don't. I hear people say it all the time. No man, I bought this stock and it was so good to me. It was
Oh,
so good
bro,
to me.
bro. And
And it
you
was
know
good to
how
me
much?
2 years
Uh,
ago. So I stick with it all the way down.
you know what's common?
Mm-hmm.
You know what's common? People start the conversation and they tell me how well they've done in the market,
Mm-hmm.
and then we look at the portfolio. It We did
Just
well
like
last
that.
year on the things we bought last year, the things that we held that kept running down for the last 3 years, which is actually most of our money. We just kind of ignored it. You can't ignore it. At the end of the day, overall, you're in a lot. It sounds good say the 1 million that you put in last year became 1.5. But the 5 million put in some time ago is not 2 million. So yeah, you have to tighten up that. Can't watch one part of the portfolio because that's watching one part of your money. If you really don't like your money that much, it's fine. I'll send you my bank account.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you ignore that money? You take it. Keep ignoring. That's fine.
Yeah, man.
Can't do
And
the thing, the man.
yeah, you have to take your money serious, one. And again, let me just point out that anybody listening, if you want to ask a question, if you want to talk about something specific, if you have a question about something specific or anything in the market, or we've had a hell of a first quarter from January till now where we are in March. If you wondered anything about it, any questions, blah blah blah, send a speaking request and we will get talking about it. So, Christopher, you were asking, I know we've given you a long speech, a long lecture, but you were
Yes.
asking initially about, you're asking something initially about a percentage. What was that?
Oh, like just in your trading account, if there was like maybe a percentage of the money that you have available to invest, that you say, all right, I'm going to hold back like 10% in case something comes up in the short term that I could put it into this stock that will make me, a nice little set of change. It was just if there was like maybe like a percentage of money you hold back, available cash to buy a stock, that you just set aside in your trading account to say in term move that can be made. It was really that. That was the question.
They save in the cash for the in case. The what
Yeah,
if?
a little cash in the trading
Yeah.
account
What I'll say
to
is,
save back onto it.
what I'll say is this, right? And I haven't done grow for over the years and talked to so many different people. I've learned to like allow people their individuality there. So if that make you feel good, if if I have 500 grand and I want to keep a 50 grand back in cash just in case any opportunities come up, do it for you. That might work for you. For me personally, I don't do that. I was joking today.
I would say those puts into the goal as well.
Yeah.
It makes your life harder, but you have to factor it in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's how for me. I if I'm making an investment, I make an investment. To me, the almost worst place to have my money is in cash. Because
Okay.
yeah, that's the one place where it can grow. Like I hear
Yeah.
people,
You know,
especially over the last few weeks, encouraging people that in light of
of
what's
being cash.
happening the BOJ's basis point rate go up and the war in Ukraine and general Chinese to the Western world logistics issues, cash might not be a bad place to be because then you can grab opportunity. It sounds good when you're hearing it on Bloomberg or on CNN, but in real life, like think about what it means. I think it
Right?
was, yeah, I think who
These
was
are
it?
the same Buffett trumpets,
Yeah,
But
Capital
then I
R.
see an article where Buffett say, "Yo, don't do that." Yeah, Buffett was
Yeah,
probably saying very recently. say, yo, I'm not having any money in cash because inflation is the same. The same thing you guys are telling me is mashing up my money. I must keep it and make the money go and mash up. It's the one place the money can grow around this.
Yeah, inflation, cash is the thing that inflation affects the most. So I find it weird when I hear experts encouraging regular people that in light of this, you might want to be in cash. And I'm thinking, what? Like, and it's said so lightly, it sounds so good that remember also, if you think you are not a
All the production around it.
if you think you're not an investment professional, you can't question somebody in finance, you're gonna take anything they say as almost gospel, and it sounds so good. Think about it. With all that's happening in the world, you might want to maybe get out of all these stocks and maybe bring your money to cash, and with the opportunities for opportunity to show itself, you can grab it. Cash is the one place where inflation hits you the most. Think about the cost. Think about the cost of gas a month ago versus now. Like, why would I want my money in cash? What you want your
Ask
money
them what
is
the opportunity looks like. If the opportunity is in cash, the same opportunity you put in the money one side. What is it? No one stock same way. So if you put in the cash one side for to buy a stock because stocks are bad, does add if that actually makes sense? No.
I feel bad every time I hear it because I hear regular people hearing it, and then the people, especially people who new to investing, might think, oh well, maybe I should sell this thing and keep my money in my account just in case. And
Or don't want to start.
Yeah, and then that's
It's a
usually
bad
followed
time to
by,
start investing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's usually followed by, well, I'd buy XYZ, but see it fly gone in price. No, well, if you're sitting in it, when it fly gone in price, you'd have fly with it.
That'll be you.
Yeah. See, Mailpack fly 26% over the last 3 days. And the person who didn't imagine if that guy had kept the 4 mil in cash instead of in Mailpack.
Yeah.
Right.
Instead of 4 mil.
instead of what, 5.5 mil. Yeah, so that's the thinking. It's just and the thinking, we already get it, we understand it, because we understand it in everything else. That's like saying it's raining heavily, so you should stand up outside instead of being in a house, because somewhere in the world there's a house where the rain washed it away. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's the rain is a problem. That specific house was a problem.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Make sure you check make sure you check the house that you go into, that you don't have that problem. As simple as that.
Exactly.
And the truth of that, they pull the cash, whatever. Actually, anybody here with it, grill them and see how deep it actually goes. See if it's something they checked, because what I suspect that whoever is saying that this is the first time them seeing a war while looking at the market like this, and then ask them what was the effect the last time or exactly what happened last time. So surprisingly, some people last time got rich, but us in cash we didn't. So why are we in cash this time?
True.
Yeah.
And just again, did they check the effect of the thing they're telling that the effect of that the effect is going to be? Or the whatever inflation or whatever war you were sure. What did you do to verify that this is going to have the effect, and what kind of effect you're actually thinking of in this stock? How is it going to be affected by that thing? Actually tell me. And I hope they don't stop.
Yeah, and Danhai is 100% right, and that is how you have to think about it. Although it don't seem that way, and it seem like oftentimes it seem like you wouldn't want to question the expert. But my thing is, an expert that cannot be questioned is God, and I don't think God walking around on earth. And if him in walking around on earth, him certainly don't work in finance. So question your experts. And Chris, like I said, if you can come and grow tomorrow, let me see if I can work something out for you, because I think that you should. And for everybody else who is interested and wants to grow, well, if you're watching on YouTube, I'll put the grow link up. It's everymaker.com/grow, and you can learn about how to. I'm not going to tell you that you're going to be able to do them 1 week chop immediately. I don't want to call it a chop. I hate that. I don't want to call it like you're not going to do a 1 week play immediately. Well, maybe you will. I don't know. The thing is, you will understand it and know what to look for and have a process. It is not a magic class. It is not. I don't want to sell anybody on the idea that it's magic and it's easy. There's always, I think, the moment people realize that, is an actual real course. And yeah, it really is. But if you do it, it work and you can make some money. And I want you to make some money, Chris. So for you, I hear you saying, is there a percentage you'd leave? Is what you feel comfortable with. Me, I'll cap that off with a real thing from today. Today, I wanted to do something on JTrade. I wanted to buy something, and I went to put in the order, and the order go in, and then the red. Those of you know JTrade, the little red thing saying you can't do this because there's no money in the account. And I check, and I had
Yes.
$3.12 in my JTrade account. So that gives you an idea what it is. I don't leave any money. I don't leave. I try to go right as close to the edge because I'm trying to invest all of my money in order to get the gain that I'm trying to get.
Yes. In a way, it feels like having the cash there is almost like having it in a savings account. You're not really
No,
not
it's
getting
exactly
anything
like
at
that, just
all.
without the fees.
Yeah.
But you don't get the interest, so you win.
Yeah.
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 And in
I'd
fact, you
rather,
actually should not. And brokers have been prompting people more and more on that. It's not a bank account. It's not a savings account. You should not have money sitting down lying around on a brokerage account. And they will tell you nowadays, say, so invest that.
that's true. That's true. Or some of them will invest it on your
Some of them,
behalf.
they have clauses in them account. Say, yo, it's invested.
Yeah, I've heard that from a few customers of some brokerage houses that if the money stays in the account too long, they automatically sweep it to
Into
another
a fund.
another thing. Yeah, Chris, thank you. I hope I'm not rushing you. I'm thankful
Yeah,
you
man.
can join in if you want. We do have a lot of people sending speaking requests this week. So
Yeah,
anybody
man.
who always worried about the crush, this is your actual chance. Don't miss the opportunity. And we have Sir Lolin, that's his name. And I know that very well because I've said it a lot over the past few days. Lolin, how you doing?
Not bad. Good night. Good night.
What's going
Good
on,
night.
boss?
You did.
I'll go on. Good night. I'll go Randy.
Yeah, man. There.
So just a simple question. So when you decide to buy a certain stock, yeah, you set your goals and whatever, you buy the stock, but you realize for some reason, the price is it's not going the direction you want, to, in the opposite direction. So in your mind, you might be wondering what's the threshold you'd be willing to, take before you say no, so I'm come out of it. So just like this mail pack trade, suppose you went in it, you put a 4 million, and then you say, wow, this thing gone down 16% in 2 days. Is it that you have to set that kind of parameter before, or you just assess it in the moment based on the timeline you set? So to kind of know if this is if this is the right vehicle or maybe I should be. You can enter something like not go or you expected it to go. So you're saying, all right, this don't look like the right vehicle. Is it that you have a certain percentage you don't want to set as that's the threshold? If you got 20% against it, like
Basically, a stop loss.
yeah, yeah, stop loss.
Not necessarily. Well, for me, not necessarily. Sometimes it depends on the play. It's very play specific. The general idea is that it's not necessarily around how far down before I cut out. Right? That's not my general idea. So no, it wouldn't be based on that. Sometimes that happens based on the actual whatever I'm doing, whatever. But not always.
Yeah. And you know, from my girl principles is that you it's against your goals. So for me, event based and maybe I have a safety margin in my head. So maybe I know, say, listen, I can sleep okay at night as long as my money don't drop more than 10%. Or going right back to this point, gains required to recover from a loss, right? You notice, if for those of you who can see, and I'll tell you in case you're just listening, Lowland, if you lose 5%, it only requires roughly 5% to get back to square one, right? If you lose 10%, it requires roughly 11% to get back to square one. If you lose 20%, it requires 25%. So you see, as the losses get bigger, it gets harder. With that in mind, for me, what I say is, like, I might put my thing at 10% to say, listen, I put that 7% or 8%. So if it drop 8, I start looking. If it drop 10%, I might want to jump out. assuming other factors. Now, I hate saying things like this because there's no clear-cut case, right? There's stocks where I'd go in there and it dropped 20% and I'm happy and I
And you're
buy
good.
more. I buy more, or if I don't
Oh,
have the money, I'm good and I sit in it, right?
oh.
I won't necessarily move. Fesco is a great example of that. I would have bought some Fesco at, not at the peak here, but I'd have bought some Fesco
Sell
at,
it something.
let's say like 617. And you know, peaked and it got 792 and it fell. It fell by March 9th, that dropped all the way to 519. If I bought at 617 and it reached 519, but if I bought it at 617, sorry. Yeah, no, so I was doing the right thing. And it dropped at 519. That means it has fallen a little over 15%. It's 50, right? It has fallen that much. It has fallen that much that quickly. But I didn't sell it. And it spiked. It went right back up to 660 and now it's at 648. Now I'm in profit. Now, if I had been scared and jumped out, I would have been burnt and jumped out at 519, and to put insult to injury, I'd have had to see it spike on top of that. Right? I'd have had to see it also grow on top of it. So there's no one size fits all answer. Right? There's no one size fits all answer that I can say, but generally, I bear this in mind. This being the gains required to recover from a loss, because what it says to me in real terms is, yo, if this thing dropped 20% on you, you are going to have to find another stock that will grow at least 25% for you to get back to square one. Are you comfortable finding that much? Can you find a stock that will grow that within the goal time? Just to bring back some little grower terms, within the time for your goal. If the answer is yes, then cool. So it depends on how good you are, right?
If you line up plays, say your goal is 6 months, right? And you find a 3-month play, and you have a 3-month play after that. The first 3-month play is X you expect from it. The next one, you expect 30%. So you know, say, all right, cool. Maybe for this part of the money that go into the first play, I can only drop X amount, so I can only drop 20% because I know a 30% play after that will recover and give me plus afterwards. So you know, say boy, the most you'll go is the 20 because then you can at least roll that money in, recover, and make money on it. You can line it up enough different way you can cut that. Yeah, it's not necessarily, it's not as straightforward as you're asking. It sounds that way, but then there are a lot of scenarios thrown into it. And I did like what the Fesco thing specifically was the space where the last space where we spoke about Fesco with that guy. The things you were speaking about as not happening as yet.
Yeah, that's still not yet.
Really, a good amount of them happened.
Like what, Danhai?
Yeah, like Fescom, I think it.
Oh, Fesco, we're
Not
gonna
lots
raise.
of things happen yet.
No, definitely. But the things Randy was saying around the current, right? The rise when it bumped up to 7 and whatever, and it was suddenly, oh my god, that's too much. Randy was in it after it dipped past his point, and him sit out and the things happening. And I think that might have some good amount to do with whatever. Two of the things mentioned, we raised money for the expansion that we just lined up. We've been planning the expansion for long. We raised money for it. Suddenly, we raise money. A dividend based on the policy. The dividend right there. So
that again,
Randy Brave, man, because it's big league. So imagine I put 15 million and I see that 15% down, man. We know that we can manage.
now if you have 15 mil, then you have 15 mil. You should have 15 mil feeling, no?
Yeah.
Think about this. It's not. Sorry, finish that. I finish.
Yeah, I was going to go to the same point. So continue. Yes.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to say is the thing. Well, Danhai knows, and it's a common misconception that I am Mr. Risk, flying ray. The people who think that don't listen to the things that I say. And I think what is that they see
Or don't
the things
invest.
or they don't invest. They see the things I talk about, and if you follow me long enough, I tend not to share my own plays very much anymore. But if you see the things that I'm talking about, it looks good and it is good, and I make great moves there. But it I guess maybe I just talk fun and confident. But when I am by myself about to click buy on JTrader, my finger shake too. It's my money I put in at risk, My finger shake. I am worried because if I get it wrong, I lose my money. right? And I don't lose money. That's just my personal rule. I say I just don't lose money, right? I don't make
First
losses.
rule of investment.
Yeah, I just don't lose
Good to
money.
fear, good to
No, don't think that means that I am brave and rare. No, I am very risk averse. It's just that I think we call different things risk. For me, buying something blindly is the biggest risk. So when I buy
I have
something,
no idea what's going on.
yeah, man. You see how deep. If you go back, if anybody is serious about it, I want to go back and listen. When the first dopey guy, when Ghost or whatever, the very first one, when we were having the space, the guy who said that LNG trucks aren't green and that cannot come to Jamaica and Fesco, you remember that guy? Think
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
things that I said in response to that guy and check the things that Fesco have now put out. Then the last time I spoke about Fesco, when we were wading into some foolishness, and I mentioned that one of the things that can help maybe the retail market to one of the things that might have helped the retail market and cause the retail market to find it attractive could be if they possibly pay a dividend, right? What has Fesco said about dividends? Fesco has said that they haven't said them paying a dividend, but December 21st, them update them dividend policy, right? Updating your dividend policy is usually one of the first steps of actually going on to pay dividends now, unless you're tying people out. But updating your dividend policy is usually one of the first steps of it. For Fesco being a new company on the market, I would understand them putting out an updated dividend policy. And for the people who have done my grow in those months and heard me going into it and explaining and we're researching it together, they'd understand why then I wouldn't be surprised in March when them say that at the next board meeting, they're going to consider a dividend. No, they could very well come and tell us March 31st that they've decided against a dividend. But I also would not be surprised if they came out on March 31st and declared a 2-cent dividend or a 2.5-cent dividend or even a 1-cent dividend. Even a half a cent dividend. But I would not be surprised if they declared a dividend. Maybe a 2.5 cent dividend. No. Am I lucky? No. Am I inside the company? No. I don't have that kind of information. I don't even know. I don't know those people. Right? The only thing I do at Fesco is I buy gas there. But I pay keen attention to anything that I put my money in. Anything I care about, I pay serious attention to it. And then you don't hear me saying, oh, I pay serious attention to it. Well, if you're in my grower grad group, you know how serious I am about research, how many questions I ask. Sometimes I wonder if them don't hate me because I am very on point with why you have to, you can't come with a wild talk. There's a lot of wild talk in finance in Jamaica. It sounds nice. And I say wild, I don't mean like, yo, throw 3 million and get an extra million. That's not what I mean when, that to me is not wild. That to me is, you made a 3 million investment, or you made or like from a player of the week, 4 million investment, and you've made $1 million worth of profit in 3 days. Of course, you're gonna sound wild. You're excited. You just made $1 million. Why shouldn't you be excited? With knowing that also in a week or so you have another 112 grand to come to you as a dividend, guaranteed after tax. Of course, you should be excited. You've done work, so I'm not going to be surprised by that. Wild to me sounds like when people say things about investing that sound technical but lead you down the road of losses, right? So if you
Good
to
company.
me, yeah, man, like a good company, strong
Big up my
balance
brethren
sheet.
if I listen to this now.
Yeah, it's a strong balance sheet. You know these guys are really good, and in the near term,
Strong
we
board.
expect some good. What is the near term? My money not on near term. JPS don't send the light bill at near term. Them send
Near
it
term.
every month at the same date, and if you don't pay 7 days after, them chop it same way. You have to be precise. So me, I'm actually very risk averse. But what I counter my risk with is a heavy amount of knowledge about the things that I'm putting my money in. So I'm not surprised by anything. You know what? After all, I just stopped talking about fiscal because I didn't want it to be said that it's me talking about it. Why it doing this area? We haven't said anything, and look at that. Yes, there was a big dip after the fly, and I'm not surprised by this either. Because a lot of people would have bought fiscal. And if you are seeing it at $7, there's no shame in thinking, yo, let me cash out now. Right? Let me cash out now. And there's no shame. And if you see it drop back to $5, there's no shame in saying, yo, let me buy back the same stock that I sold up here, so down here. So no, you don't know if down here so is the bottom of it, right? Meaning because you at this point it's falling all the way down. You don't know that 519 is the bottom. But there's no shame in sticking with it if you have an actual plan and I'm speaking specifically here to you, Lowlin. You know my thoughts around plans because you've done grow. Sorry to load you, but you understand that I'm not accidental with this thing, and I don't encourage accidental profit. Accidental profit is the worst kind of profit to make. Money that you make when you have no idea really what you made it. That's not my thing. That's why I'm good at what I do. That's why I can take on all challenges. That's why after a while you notice I have to go ad hominem, because when it comes to the facts, when it comes to the actual market investing, and believe it or not, the actual fundamentals, they fall short every time. I rarely ever talk to anybody who really speaks about the fundamentals and actually knows what they're talking about. I point it out to you. If the people that were really good at finance actually knew what they're doing, a lot more people good at finance would be really rich. Instead, look at who the richest people in Jamaica are. Engineers, hustlers, have a business, I try thing for years, or Zuki with the trucks, construction, right? But the fancy thought don't make money. So I'm not as brave as you think. I'm actually very cowardly when it comes to money because I don't make losses. So I go deep in making sure I understand what I'm talking about. Then when you see little things like this happening, I'm not surprised. I'm not even surprised that the people in my girl group should know, because you should hear, I know at least at one point I pointed out that I would not be surprised if they declare a dividend and if they declare it close to the end of the quarter. And I think when we were having that conversation a few weeks ago, I said I wouldn't be surprised if they declare it close to the end of the quarter, because that's also kind of when the directors cannot keep buying anymore. So you do it something to keep the market buying it a little bit. And I also wouldn't be surprised if in April the share price of Fesco falls a bit. I would not be surprised if in April the Fesco's share price falls and falls all the way down. April, May falls, and I probably wouldn't sell my Fesco. I'd probably be buying a lot more. And in May, May, June,
Maybe in the first quarter drop.
jeez, you wept. Right? It's not
And
accidental.
those guys are back on the board and buying it cheaper than they probably could have bought it for.
If they're buying.
They're buying.
If they're buying, yeah. Imagine that. I mean, on the same day the last time we heard that Fesco wasn't really, it was a crazy thing to put money into. Fesco put out news that that NCB cap market helped them put 1 billion into it. So I guess NCB cap market people don't agree with that. They do think that there's something there, and they're lending them this money too. So, or at least helping them raise it. It's don't think that investing requires any heavy specialized knowledge. It just requires common sense and the ability to read, and maybe at most maybe some division. That's the most it requires. Those three things.
In fact, I still maintain that most of the largest self-sellouts, certain people, when people talk online around investing, think you're reading comprehension. You see those people, you often see those people failing on reading comprehension. Not necessarily in investing alone, just general. You see it often. So. And trust me that reading comprehension hits hard. So it's something can go more than one way. And it very often read something and say, oh, this good. Yeah.
Yeah, and that can happen. And that happens a lot in the market, and it causes people to lose money when they interpret things wrong. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or people think that they're very invested in making sure they only interpret things that are open in a very specific way. So, code is going to get 10 ways. I'm going to choose one and I saw it go. And I'm going to hold that hard line, and to the end of my days, I saw it go. And the way I've seen that lose people money.
Yeah. And if it don't go so,
say, accidental profit is at the back of that very often.
Yep. And if it don't go so, it's not me wrong, it's the market wrong. So you hear them say like, the Jamaican market isn't very sophisticated. Jamaican investors aren't very sophisticated. What happened with Lasco? Which one?
Lasco, last D and then Port Case.
Yes.
You know what? When we were talking about that, Randy said, and that was a big point for me, because then time that was new. And I was just hearing Randy talking. I think I started talking to him a bit closer then about investing. And what he said then was he's buying last. It's a risk because of the movement already get, but the expectation is not the thing is going to work out well. It's that people will think the thing is going to work out well and push the price up. Randy made money left, and you know how we decided to not buy. So everybody, a lot of people got burned at that $7 no last cup. In fact, I still people still come to me now, Randy, and they bought Lasco during that time, and they're still holding it.
Years ago.
Years ago, Lasco to 7, and it's down back to 3, 4. Best they get is 5. So that's how last them holding. And what a big deal to me was there was a lawyer in the group, and Randy said, "How the case gonna go?" And just ask certain questions around, cool. What do we actually need to know? Basically, does this sound like something we can win? And the lawyer just say, based on these things, man, and lo and behold, it was based on these things that they did not win.
And I'm not a lawyer. But I have common sense, and that's all we need. That's all you really need. So I'll say that I'll cap it off low by saying that every Jamaican I've met already knows more than they need to know to be very successful at investing. They just tend to think that they don't know. They really just tend to think that they don't know. And if you stop telling yourself you don't know, you know how much it grates me when people join Brick Talk and them preface everything with, listen,
bro,
I don't know nothing, I don't know this thing, and I hear it and I understand the fear, but I'm like, yo, stop putting yourself down because you know a lot more than you think you know. Trust me. Like I said, that play of the week is not a finance professional make it. It's a regular person make it. And it's not the only one. And I say it, I like trying not to load up the people in the Girl Subscribers group, but we have some heavy hitters in the Girl Subscribers group. We have some big people in society in the subscribers group. We have a couple of CEOs, but we also have a bunch of regular people where you pass on the street, you pass on the traffic every day. You have normal people you wouldn't know, you have people who walk road. You would be surprised. I mean, oftentimes, even me, even me, you see me on the road, probably wouldn't know, unless you're Spar.
I like that, man. Must see certain people see a road and say, "Oh, rich God." So,
other than Sparks, you wouldn't know it. You would expect me on the bus. You're not expecting me in a taxi. You're not expecting me in the banger. But regular people out there, and they're making money because they're just following the principles. So stop doubting yourself, Lowlin. You have it. And it's not just that I'm brave. It's that I am careful. In fact, you might be braver than me. I suspect you're braver than me.
I suspect other people do that. Enough brave people tell me so we're brave in them, bro.
yeah. Lowlin, what's the last thing you bought for the short term? I know you like that sort of thing.
Short term. I think I bought some Learn. At 307 or something like that.
Well, that worked out for you. You didn't buy any IPO?
Well, no, I said Learn. Learn have more things in store.
You're smart. You're very smart. I suspect that they have a whole heap more in store too. I suspect they have a lot more in store too. I've been doing a deep dive on them. I've done a deep dive on them for a while. I know they're listed. I'm extremely ecstatic. And you saw that news from them recently?
Yeah, so basically, I'm kind of, I don't know what I feel about it, but it's good, but I don't know.
When you say you don't know, you feel
but the news that I saw was that they're working on a solution to bridge the gap of not having internet access. I think that's the big gap. Internet persons who don't have internet access and persons who might not have a computer. So coming from the CEO, was hinting that they're working on that. So I think that will be the real gap closer for them.
Let me tell you a secret. The market for the people, the market that can already be serviced, quite large in Jamaica already.
Extremely large.
So yes, the things we're seeing in terms of getting things, that's definitely good planning, good direction. I think people often mistake the point that, boy, because we're doing these things means that that's the only thing within the scope or where we currently are isn't good enough. Yeah. So there's a lot of room to grow in the small space that this quote unquote small space that we see them. It's a large space in my opinion. Yeah. We after anybody again, how much people in Kingston versus Jamaica?
1 point little bit million.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that very large concentration. So
and
rural it's good business. Not necessarily easy business, but there's good business in Kingston. If it does do that. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
If you listen to that, big up Swaby, by the way. I think I saw him in here a little earlier. Big up
Yeah,
Sir
big up,
Swaby.
Swaby.
Yeah,
every
for
time.
that talk that we had last week. 2,000, I think maybe 3,000 people by this point. A week later, I've listened to that or watched it. Over 3,000 people have listened and watched it. And I think it was a great conversation, not just on Eddie Focal, learn and the story and influence and my own influence and what he's built, but what also is to come. And one of the things I kind of hinted at it when I was talking to him was that very few of the people that I hear talking about it learned here, Eddie Focal. Very few of the people I hear talking about it, I hear them speaking from the point of view of actual pep. Now they mention pep, and for me, you'll notice I don't usually pep is not the big deal for me when I think about Eddie Focal, but they are the premier learning platform for this outside of schools, right? Now, if you think about pep, I've never heard anybody who talks about the actual pep preparation and the fact that, okay, that's if you're thinking in corporate terms, their total addressable market, right? If you're thinking pep, they can only sell pep preparation to students who are preparing for pep. What size is that universe compared to the size that Eddie Focal has touched maybe over the last year? It's hundreds of thousands of kids in Jamaica, So them just a start.
And they do pep every year. It run every year.
And then
It run every year.
every single year, and when them call it something else, I am pretty sure Eddie Focal will be right there with them. Why? Because them used to call it GSAT, and they were right there with them, right? And them change it to PEP, and they're right there with them. Now, the news that I saw this week about the SVL partnership.
SPL.
Yeah. That
Strong.
extremely strong one. Extremely.
And
extremely
SPL
strong.
doing more of the things that we said SPL would be doing. Interesting.
Yeah. It was actually more of a Eddie. It was actually more of a
Oh no, I know. I just found that interesting.
Yeah.
It's so surprising we were talking about something, and it was right.
Then I shooting this week, boy. For me, I saying that it was more of an SVL dot. It was more of a SVL dot for me than a
Eddie Focal
dot, right? Because as here than I saying, we've spoken about it being SVL as infrastructure. That's what I say SVL as infrastructure. If you think about Jamaica, and anytime you hear the professionals, the finance professionals talking on TV and talk, the unbanked, how are we going to get to the poor man in the ghettos, blah, blah. I'm tired of hearing that rubbish, right? But nobody doubts that the poor man in the ghetto can buy Cashpot. Cashpot is available everywhere. And I say everywhere, I mean everywhere. So then when I see a tweet from the CEO saying that there's a landmark deal with Supreme Ventures and the vouchers for Eddie Folk are going to be sold in 1,000 SVL locations around the island, right? Starting April 2022. When is that? Next week?
Mm-hmm.
When I see something like that, and they're saying that it's initially just PEP, but more to come, and it's high quality education going there. The same place where you can buy Cashpot is the same place where you can get
one-stop shop.
So if you think, then people say, well, the problem is that a lot of the people in the rural community, they don't have credit cards, they don't have access to money. They all have access to the Cashpot machine, though. Every shop somewhere is closed. Over 1,000 outlets. That's just in Jamaica,
Mm-hmm.
That is immediately footprint, aka infrastructure. So this is Eddie Focal now on top of SVL's infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
As I've also said,
and I think think of everything that can go on that Jesus, and just think,
yeah,
wow.
Maybe the least interesting thing to me about SVL is Cashpot.
Uh-huh.
That might be the least interesting thing to me, and that's their money.
And that's bread and butter. That's big money.
Yeah, but the least interesting thing to me about SVL and the future of SVL is Cashpot. Things like this should be a sign of what is likely to come. This is an educational program. Everywhere that people buy Cashpot, they tend to also have kids. I mean, I don't mean the exact spot, but there tend to be kids. And I'm sure I've heard children being sent to the shop to buy XYZ, and the same shop sell cashback. You can buy credit from the same machine, right? And children buy credit all the time. So to me, I'm excited about it, and not just as a tomorrow thing, but as a true long term. I hate using that term, but a true long
I know what you mean,
term,
but yes.
yeah, a true long term point here. You see SVL doing this, and this is SVL. It's just the financial side of it that is important. So I guess you could call that fintech, all right?
Code this. Think of it. It's a payment service.
Yeah, but then Lowly, no you this.
Oh, repeat that.
No you this. That's a nice move to the SVL, the SVL announcement.
No, it is a nice move, you know. It's a
It's a
nice
great
move
move.
from an investor's perspective. Okay? I look at it and we see some positive moves.
But then what is the
Sometimes I think deeper than that, but I guess I don't need to. But that's just me.
no,
I like that.
you should think deeply about it and understand and think through what the implications are. What were they for you? When you're saying nice move there, what were you thinking?
I was thinking that the fact that you have it at more available at more outlets, it makes it more accessible.
Boom.
And yeah, that
Right
was
off
my
the bat,
thinking there.
boom. That it can literally be that simple.
Yep.
You don't have to overcomplicate it. And if
So
you
it
want to
don't
go
have to be fancy,
deeper, yeah, if you want to go deeper, you can. And if you're serious about your profit, you probably should. But even just that level that you have it there, it
Well,
is a level that you have it.
the only problem with going deeper is that if I'm the only person who sees it that way, then maybe it not really work much. Yeah, if the masses say, yeah, this is good, and then they look deeper and say, this might not be so good, and I just me, then it not really benefit me as an investor to go that deep. So I have kind of know where to draw the line.
And that's true, but remember, say you're making me talk about some of the growth thing. Them I say some of the growth truisms.
Yeah, man, targeting.
Sometimes you want people to not be making noise about it. You want to be buying it while people aren't making noise about it. I would want to own a lot of Learn shares before Learn is reporting 5 students for every SVL location. Suppose that they're reporting 10 students for every SVL location. Let's say next year or 2 years from now, they're reporting 10 students for every SVL location. Now they're in over 1,000. Let's leave in capital at 1,000. That's what, 10 times 1,000, that's 10,000 students just preparing for PEP, right? You remember that point that was asked a couple of Brick Talks ago about in the prospectus from Edifocal about how they had this line, a single line, it almost throwaway, some could say. About average revenue per user. And at 30th of September, they're at 16,600 students, even though the revenue was much higher. 16,600. Now, in a year, if you have another 10 students at every SVL location, that's an additional 10,000 there, right? And I'm just making this number up. I'm pulling it out of thin air. But at the point when that's being reported and the MD&A in the financials is saying, oh, well, our increase in revenue and our increase in business and hopefully profit is on the back of increased sales through our SVL network. Everybody then will be rushing the Learn shares, right? But you would want to be the person who bought the Learn shares when they just talk about the deal. You get me?
Indeed. Yeah.
Investing in the boring thing is very often the best, That's where you make the most money, truthfully. You don't get the confirmation. I think that's what people are running from. They don't get the confirmation of the noise. They don't get everybody talking about it. Tell you that I'm not the only one there. It's like me there. As I said before, you reach a party, place empty, not even nobody set up, and you say, "Oh, at the right place, my there." And if you wait till 11, people start filing, and oh, cool.
Yep.
We afraid say you wait till them and nobody know. You check the flyer 3 times and you're man at the right place for that, but nobody not there with me. But you can get in much
Yeah.
easier. The line is not the line is not long at that point, right?
Yeah,
So,
man. Yeah, you want but to use an analogy. You want to bet on the race before the race is run. A lot of people want the race to run, them see who win, and after them see the winner, they want to bet on that person having won the race. But that's not how it works. You have to bet the race before you have to bet on it before we know. Don't wait for the crowd. That is why you hear me say that I am not brave. You might consider that to be brave because I put my money in before I am absolutely sure that the thing has happened. I put my money in when I think it's going to happen and when I see all the signs that it's going to happen. But I could get it wrong. But
as a matter of risk reward.
exactly.
Oh, this is the point when I get me. And I was running to outside with a client today. I was kept hitting the wall of if we do that, then it makes more money. But the risk of doing it now is whatever. If we go closer, then possibly less money, but looking for this type of return, you kind of have to take this type of risk. And that's really so the little nice fancy talk. More risky for war wars. That's a good example of that. You're there early, nobody there crowding it up, more money on the table if it goes right. Yeah, that's Randy buying TPG at $3 that year when nobody was talking about.
When it was crazy, I point out.
Tourism done. No go so. Where I buy that for?
There's just one brethren, what's his name? I think Garvin. I saw on Twitter, it was saying to me, say, some crap. I don't remember what it was, but I pointed out, I had known him because he would have known this, but during Grow, when as part of the part where I talk about how you can kind of do a temperature check, in Grow, I had seen him there as he was one of the few people talking about CPJ and buying CPJ last year, January and February, when I was buying. Back when it was crazy, why would you be buying a tourism-facing stock when the island is locked down? Because when the island is no longer locked down and they're making a lot more money, everybody's going to love them. But that's not when I want to buy them. I want to buy them before everybody love them, right? So it go. In my view, anyway. Lowly, you get a whole heap of talk. It makes sense to you, know?
Yeah, man, no, it always made sense. But that's why I get more clarity. I think building up experience will help as well.
Yes.
To build the
Oh,
continent.
definitely.
Yeah. And I tell people, don't think that you need money to build up the experience. Let me plug My Money JA again. Listen, you can go on My Money JA, right? You can go on My Money JA, go in here, create a new portfolio for yourself, right? And make up. We don't check to see if you actually buy the shares in it. You can think, say, okay, let's see if this thing work out. I'm gonna pretend say I bought some Fesco shares. And how much did I buy? I bought 1,500. Well, if you're pretending, in my view, if you're pretending, don't pretend poor. So I bought 2.5 million Fesco shares for how much Fesco? How much is that Fesco at today? 648. So I bought it for 648, and boom. And that's your pretend portfolio, right? And this is your little pretend portfolio. Just call it your hopes and dreams portfolio. And boom. It's my hopes and dreams portfolio. And I leave it and I watch it all the time. I watch it every week. I set up the alerts. You set up your little market alerts, so you go and you put in, let me know if Fesco passes $7, right? If Fesco matches where the last traded price is greater than or equal to $7, then send me a little message on Telegram or send me an email. And you watch it. If it don't work in 3 months, then you go and find out why it never worked. And if it did work, you go and find out why it did work. And that's how you can build up experience without having to risk any money. Yeah.
Yes, every single thought. The questions you have are this makes sense because of this. Test it. Do the research and figure out, all right, cool, we actually think there, don't half-ass it, but get to a point where, all right, cool, even not putting money there because I'm not so sure on it, but I think this kind of play would result in this. Test it. So what exactly happened? Different ball game.
Completely.
And if you really wanted to risk, put the money there, test it with your money. You will not forget it.
Yep. And sometimes you have to make a decision, make the real decision and put in one portfolio, and then make the other side of the decision and put fake decision and put it in the other portfolio and see which one of them worked out and understand why. Why is the most important thing. And just to cap off that SVL point, I see Maya Simone on YouTube said that she went through 4 parishes yesterday and SVL outlets are absolutely everywhere.
Everywhere.
They really are. They really are. You can buy, we know that you can buy cash pot everywhere.
Now, even getting more. We have people literally, we have walking outlets now. Literal people, super seller them.
What them call them,
So,
the SVL charge
SVL
up.
Bimpa.
The SVL charge
The
up.
super sellers.
Charge up, I believe they called it.
Charge up.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I know super sellers with the people. I don't know. Probably that's the program. No. Actually, we just
I don't
Google
know.
it.
SVL, I think it's SVL charge up. Maybe I have it wrong. I don't know. You hear immediately we forget, so we're doing a show and we start research. This is what we actually this is what we actually do all the time. This is the research. I pointed that out because it's at the top of this poster.
Super strikers charge up.
Available on charge up, which I think is there, the super sellers.
Super seller. I don't see. Yeah, I know super. Where's the charge up? I'm not seeing that.
I don't know, but it's on the top of this poster that I see with the CEO and the young lady from SVL have, right? So everybody might look at Eddie Focal. So people, if they're smart, might ask what is plus and what is alpha. I think alpha is Eddie Focal's actual school, but the charge up to me is like, yo, that mean that meant something to me having paid attention. Yeah, so that's one of those gems that I drop that don't sound like a gem, but then I can talk about that off air. Anyway, Lowlin, make sense to you? You get your answer to your question plus more?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got the gem.
The gem. All right, bossy.
Bless up.
Yeah, man, bless up. All right, next up we have Dana, who was waiting very, very patiently. How are you doing, Dana?
Hi, good night.
Good night.
Lowling talk along when I get to have my drink. I want it to be very clear when I spoke. But basically what I was going to say, you guys covered a lot with him. For me, my lessons, I have some lessons out of Q1. And they're not, it's coming out of the negatives for me. So a lesson for me is to stick to the goal. When you reach the goal, anything over that is brought up. That's your drinks money, your gas money, your local, whatever, pretty up. But because I got caught, something was moving, and I'm like, yeah, this look nice. And I'm like, let me stay a little bit longer to see, if it go further than I expected. And then life interrupted, and I wasn't able to pay as much attention as I used to. And then it just, when I came back to my senses, for want of a better word, I missed my profit, or I missed my goal, right, in the chosen vehicles or whatever. So for me, that's a big lesson. And another lesson also that is when you know something like that might happen, to automate. So if it means setting the alerts more religiously, because I'm not exactly good on that, to remind me, or to say, X stock traded at this number, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or to simply just put the sell order in before, or once they show up on JTrader, to just put in the sell order. So that's in case I forget or I don't get to be focusing so much, at least, I'm doing what I need to do. So those two things touch me wickedly, and I'm trying to learn that. And I think my third final lesson is, which you guys covered. The hype is nice, but when the hype is so big, like Eddie Focal, and you can't get in when you want to get in at the price you want to get in for maybe the quantity that you want. That's why you also need to be paying attention to everything else. You know, something that don't catch nobody eye yet or whatever, you know?
Mhm.
So yeah, those are my 3 personal lessons for Q1.
One of the best things that we get is if we can give ourselves more options. If
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Alex,
if
it's sound like is a car
we're
you're breaking into?
Oh,
I realize what it is. Somebody else in the space have them mic unmuted. Sorry about that. I was wondering what it was. I thought you're breaking into a car or something. I said, what kind of broke house work?
hands rough, but them not so rough.
is it wrong again? Shall we put something else to in the market? But yeah, they one of the best things ever, especially when looking for heavy return over a short period of time, is I have more than one thing that I expect that level of return. If you're looking for 40% and you think 3 things, you see 3 things, you think one going to 42, one going to go 50, and one going at 70, and you're not really certain around all of them, thank God. You have more than one thing, so you can actually split the money. If you say there was a certainty that all these things would go expect to do, and you're only looking for 40%, you don't put it to the 42. You can put it to the 40, the 50, whatever. And maybe the 42 don't reach, but the 50 actually reach. So now you make more than the 40 and a piece of the money. So it helps the piece that never break it get somewhere. So yo, one of the worst things sometimes you're looking for every return and you only have one stock you say can do it. And you really have to sit down and say, Jano, all the money I forgot here, so. And sometimes maybe even that one stock carry take all the money. So I was start looking for some other way to get there. But yeah, one of the best things is boy, I do the research, I know more than one of the things, and either go there or somewhere else. You get more flexibility there with lower returns. Of course, you can find 10% customer. If you're looking for the 40 or the 50s and the 100, then you definitely get limited, and that's just how it works. But a thing you said earlier that I really want to clip on, you bought into something, you hit the
Mm-hmm.
goal,
Mm-hmm.
and you reach a point of greed. I need more. And nothing is
Yeah.
wrong with that. In fact, I do the greed thing often. But the thing about the greed thing, think of it as all right, cool. I hit my goal. Think of it as this then. The money I'm going in here, so if say you reach 40%, and we say, boy, maybe this can go 50. They can give me a next 10%, right? That's nice. Stop there. So what you're looking at is think of it as you have your 40% of money and you're going to spend it now on the same stock with the expectation that you get a little bit more out of it. You have to do the move up. You have to look at it again, Polly, and all right, will I actually get that? Why would it do that? Actually run it down. Do the half what ifs and maybe it can and then left it this. That's half work.
Mm-hmm.
You know that not real. You did the work to get the 40. Why not doing the work to do the extra thing?
Yep.
Because when you're risking the money you're going to make. The money you actually need it, you're just risking it now on a hope and pray thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hope is
On
not a strategy.
at all.
But,
At all. At all. Nice.
yeah.
It's like you make the school fee out of the market. You have the school fee money, you know exactly what you need for it. That's what you were there for. You're going to risk the school fee now for uncertainty. Try to be as certain as possible about the next step, the
Mm-hmm.
thing you're going to hold out for. Otherwise, jump out. If you're not so certain, you have what you need it for, and boy, then you know what you need to do. Don't lose the money trying to get a bit more. And the reason you lose is really because you never do the work you need to do to ensure that this is going in the direction you thought it would be going.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't and in many ways that is the opposite side of the coin of it's down and you're sitting in it because oh, it was so good to me, that's where that. But on the flip side, you make the money and you make 50 and you say, boy, suppose it go up more. And it go up 60 and you say, suppose it go up more. It goes 70 and suppose it go up more. And you end up sitting in it and it maybe drop back down and you only jump out at 30
Mm-hmm.
simply because not any sensible reason other than blind greed. Greed is good, but
Yep.
blind greed is It's crazy.
Dangerous.
Mash it
Yeah,
up.
man. Yeah, we do it.
Dangerous.
Yeah, and it often, often happen. I find it often causes us to forget that stock prices don't move automatically. So when with a fly, it can't fly by itself. But that's a grow
Enough
point.
by
Mhm.
bird can fly on 1 week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a grow
The thing
point.
there.
So
Oh God. I have 9.8. By the stock you don't let go. Oh yes. An interesting thing. And it's happened more than one. Was it around the 20 to 25? You know, you don't 20 see 25% return. And more than once I've asked the question. So they're down, somebody's down 20% on a stock and they've stuck with it, but they're looking for a 25% gain. And I say, all right, you have money in this thing that's 80, that's down already, right? That 80% of the value. Cool. But you're telling me now that you want to make 25% on this piece of money that's down already, plus that piece of money that you added to the portfolio. But you would never take that money and buy the thing that's down. But you're looking for 25, you know. You think the recovery going to get 25%? That's a great buy then. If it's down, if the recovery needs 25% and you're stuck in it, as far as you're concerned, you're still in it, you're not moving out of it. But 25% would get you back to where you're going. And that's a great buy because any more money you put on it should do the 25% too. But you know the real thing. They stop there. They're not really looking to it just stick it. They get very real themselves very quickly. Because there's a reason I'm not buying that thing. I don't think it's going to move. It's not going to get a return as I want in my timeline. But I lose the money, so I stayed there. Yeah.
yep.
Pretty common one. People know what you're there for and make decisions based on that and what you actually expect out of it. So cool. I get 40%, it's going to 60. Hopefully, why is it going to 60? Ask yourself why. It's a very annoying process, but it will save you. You'll get the money you need and not risk the money you don't want. So, yeah.
Totally agree. I was just sharing my personal lessons
Yeah, man,
because
love
I
that.
know
Love
all of
that.
this already, but you get catch, but you come back again, try again, more
Yeah.
disciplined and all them kind of something there.
It's
So
a constant struggle, you know. Don't ever think, say, that there's no destination. It's literally just, if there's a destination, I don't know where it is because I haven't found it. It's literally just journey and journey and journey
mhm.
and journey. I think you never stop journeying. Yet, as much as you hear us talking, I still make stupid beginner mistakes. All the time. I still buy things and I ask myself, why did you only buy this
Why did you
much?
buy that?
Yeah. Yeah, but it's risky and I didn't know it all go up, so I only put this much in there and then it goes up. So you did the
Should I
research,
buy it for you?
you
Mhm.
found it, you bought for real, but you chose to only put yes. But so here's the funny thing: I can lie to somebody else, I can sound fancy with my lies, but I can't really lie to myself. I know that I did the research. I know that I found the opportunity. I know worse if I put even a small money on the opportunity, and I could have put more. I chose not to. And then I can tell myself, oh, I was managing my risk. Yes, I was, but no, I wasn't really. I managed my risk by doing the research, and I found it as a good thing. And I just can't say nothing. Yeah. Case in point,
I,
real case in point, since you mentioned that, Dana. Wigton. Then I don't know if I said it to you on Brick Talk when we were talking about Wigton. I say, at some point I'll fly. And I make a note to myself to buy Wigton at 51 cents. And I did not. I have nobody I can't make up any nice stories. Look at that. March 7th, 51 cents. The thing got up to 77 cents. 77 cents March 22nd. Less than a month later. 51 to 77 cents. It looks simple, but it is not. That's roughly a little over 50% gain in a matter of weeks. And it's not like another seat. And Wigton, unlike many stocks, you can put millions through Wigton because a lot of units trade.
So yes, I bought a week done. The mistake I made was the same thing I caused in both. I never put enough.
You put just a small amount.
Look a bit. I just said it now miss me. Think something this on the school. I'm gonna put more. I never end up putting more. And that's
I
so much opportunity there.
and I said to you yesterday, Dan, I say, well, at least I drop it, I'll come back down to my price, which is another rubbish thing. I said at 64 cents. Guess what it ended today at 70 cents.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm looking at, I saw speculated to get some more things.
a little bit more push.
I saw speculated to get units.
I mean,
Possibly
look
more.
look at the units. There are units available for it. There are lots of units available for it.
Oh yeah, line up, yeah man.
Loads of
Buy
units
side,
available
the sell
for it.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
it's not
that's
about
it.
that. It's about doing the thing. It's not like I haven't.
51 nowhere inside.
Yeah. It's
A
like
lot of buys above it. Wow.
yeah. It's not like I haven't done the work already to make based on the timeline that my goal is. It's not like I haven't done the work to know that Wigton is gonna match that timeline. It's just I don't even know what. So I saying that to say, Dana, don't beat yourself up too much. Like we're all human. Still make the mistakes all the time. Still and unlike you, I don't call into Brick Talk and talk to Randy. That Rich is with me all the time. So I know like oh really? Look at check the week turn now. Check the little week turn. What you tell the people in next week? Right? And I
Thing
know
going
that
him again.
Fesco,
When I
dirty
tell a
Fesco.
client, say care, the same thing. I tell enough client probably hear from me, but they will care me next time. Just ask, why you have that small amount of money in that thing? If you buy it for real. See me over here, so now.
It's a real thing. It's a real concern. So
Yeah.
don't knock yourself out. Don't knock yourself up too hard. And remember, the stock trades every day. You can always go back in. If you still think it's going to go up, there's always an opportunity to buy. If you think it's going to fall, there's always an opportunity to sell. And just make sure you make the decisions on what to buy and what to sell based on some strong bases. And I like the bases that you have already.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
All right.
Big up,
Thanks.
Dana. And thank you.
I'm a big up dinner every time.
All right. Next, we had this gentleman have him hand up, and then we have Sir Ling, the load. It's actually Leo. I don't say the name properly. Leonardo.
All right. No, what about it? I pronounce the name. I hope you're hearing me good.
Yeah, we're hearing you well. What's up? How are you doing?
Good,
Evening.
man.
Hello,
I'm
boss.
good. All right. So I've been listening to Brick Talk for sometime in February. That I started to initially listen. I'm really sorry I never like this space. I'm like probably pre-COVID or even middle COVID because I think that right now I would be a millionaire, but I'm not gonna dwell on that. It's going to happen. It's just gonna take a little more work. I said that to say I've been in the forex market for I think I've been trading forex since 2018. On my initial investment, I made probably 50% of my money, then lost it back, and then lost some more money. And I did grow. And I was here one night when you were speaking about FESCO and the whole LNG thing and the Chapman truck. And I just started buying FESCO. I bought a significant amount of FESCO at $3.83. I did not have. All right, when I started with my initial brokerage account was with JMB. It was there dormant for some time because I wasn't paying attention to it. Added some money in there and then just I basically liquidated everything along with the money that I put in and put it on FESCO. And that was, as I say, after grow as well. And I set some alerts on my money, JA. And as soon as my seat reached $8, I was like, I started to sell some. I sold a small amount at $8. I wanted it to go a little higher. I realized it didn't go any higher. So I sold probably another 75% of what I had at $6.83.
Okay.
So with the gains that I made on Fesco, I was able to I had some tropical battery shares, but I bought a lot of Wigton. I bought Wigton at about 56 cents.
Yo, man, what's up?
I bought
You
I
are
bought
banky.
I bought Wigton at 56 cents and I cashed out for around 70 cents the other day. So, but the thing is, I just said this to say that you guys are doing a good thing. I really hope that I don't know in the future if you guys will try and have this a little more accessible, that other people can understand it, because it's really not. I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's not as hard as how people
You
might
know,
make it seem.
complicated.
And the thing is, as I say, I'm still trading forex, but
You're
everything
doing
that
forex. You never said that before.
everything that I lost in forex, I made it back with just the first transaction, and I'm like,
Hold on,
God.
man. Talk to the people, man. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me hear that. First, let's
Yeah,
carry
man.
people
Like,
through. Let's carry people through it first of all. I don't want to do it blindly. Let's carry people through it first of all. So you say you bought Fisco,
383.
383.
and I bought Fesco based on me doing draw with the smart goal thing, because the reason why I started to sell at $8 was it met my goal. Like when I cashed out with that, I was able to do some other stuff with it. So I took the money and did it. But then the reason why I didn't sell everything at $8 was is part of it is the forex side of me. How I usually trade is I try to leave a runner. So I'm kind of somewhat trying to bring the principle to this side of the world and see if I can work for me. Because I mean, whatever I still have in my account is still in profit. So I don't necessarily see the need to sell everything, if you get what I'm trying to say. But
I don't.
That's all degrees. That's
um,
what I get what you're trying to say. What you're saying though,
Yeah, it's
guys,
not the same
there's
thing.
a reason these things are done in forex, and that's why they probably should stay at forex. Forex is very risky.
I know, but
So they try every single method to put that risk to the point where sometimes if you go anywhere else, it stop making sense.
But this is all right. The thing with it, why I did that as well, I didn't know. Because I saw like at one point you guys were speaking about Dolphin Cove and CPJ, and I was just thinking, I don't know what if this is a stock that will continue to climb. I didn't want to cash out all of it,
This
you
being
know.
Fesco.
This being Fesco.
So you
So
just so I can carry everybody through it. You say you buy it at 383. So if you hadn't sold it at all right now, I have a on screen. I have a little pretend portfolio going with it. If you hadn't sold it at all, and I put 100 grand in at 383, it would currently be worth 648,000. Right?
No way.
But
100 grand, 100 units. 100 grand
100,000
units.
units.
Okay.
Sorry, 100,000
Okay.
units at 383. So you spend 383 grand. Maybe I should. You think maybe I should make it simpler for people and use 100 grand?
100 grand in.
Yeah, 100,000 in dollars.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The thing I want to know, the thing that I want to know is you say you bought it because of the goal, and I like that you did that. I like that it's not just a blind buy because you hear us talking about it. Thank you very much, because that would have bothered me. And then you say you sold it. So if you bought, so again for the people that's watching or listening, if you'd spent 100 grand on it, he would currently have 169,000, a little over 169,000. That's if you never sell it. But you say you sold it at what?
Yep.
I made two sell transactions, one at 8 and I eventually sold some more at 683.
Okay, so you said about 75% at 683.
Yeah.
All right, so 25% we say you sell at 8. I'm just again just ballparking it here, which was March 4th.
Mm-hmm.
So 25% you sell at 8. Uh, you sold that at 8 flat,
Yeah.
$8 flat, March 4th. And the other 75 you say you sold at 6.
Modify
683.
that. You put a purchase.
Thanks. And you said the rest of it you sold at 683. And I think what you say you're watching, so that's a typical thing that the peak, them don't know if it's a peak, it dropped the next day, and then they could go up
Oh,
down, and then them sell it the next day
Forex.
after that. Yeah, Forex, yeah. I wasn't surprised at all. March 8th, 683, the remaining units. 683. Which then means I screwed the date up there, but sorry, 683. And that's what was it, March 8th, March 7th, March 8th. So if you did it with 100 grand, you would have had a little over, you have 85,000 in cash on top of your 100 grand.
200.
So you have 185 grand. And then you say you took and put the money in what?
Wigton.
Cheap.
All right.
No, most of it. Yeah, most of it. Because I did an encashment to get something, but everything else that I had, I went into Wigton with it.
Mm-hmm. Into
Between
week time with it.
Wigton and I did try to hold back some because since I've been talking, I've been listening since um the question came up with having some funds in your account for, let's say, an IPO purchase. I actually was trying to do that because I actually wanted to get Eddie Focal, but I didn't get a chance to. But I think the first thing that I'm going to do on Monday is just, well, I got some Eddie Focal at $2.77, but I'm just going to use the rest of the what I have in the account and some more on it. I'm big up to Gordon, actually. I really believe in what he's doing there. And I think this company is one of those companies that I will definitely, it's not really to buy to, well, we are trying to make a profit, but
No, wait, no,
I
stop. Yeah,
really,
yes. Remember that.
yes,
Never,
yes,
never, never deviate from that.
yes, we are trying to make a profit, but I really believe in the mission that he has with the
And you think
company.
if you think that profitable edition.
It is, it is. I believe it
Alright,
is, and I think that the country actually needs it. I hope it's pushed the right way.
indeed. Yeah. I think we are that point. Never forget that people often do that. Then doing the long term thing or they believe or whatever. That's fine, but make sure you're profitable. But you're not investing. You can believe from the sideline. The money don't touch it to believe. If your money is touching it, then make sure you're doing it for the money and what that thing can do for your money.
Yeah, because
Especially listed stock. When you buy a stock on the market, you're not giving you're not saving the company, you're not giving them any money. You're listed already, you're buying now. It doesn't have to be a vision. Especially if you're looking at a passive investor, you buy into it, you're not gonna go on the board, you're not getting a job there, you're not CEO. Oh, you can leave from the sideline. Make sure your money do it needed.
Yeah,
True.
fact.
So the 100 grand, following the route that he just went through, the 100 grand is now, as of today, worth 231,000.
Everything was invested. Jesus.
Right? Right?
I will not lie, my portfolio is really looking good. I signed in today I have a Mayberry account and a JMMB, and they're looking pretty.
So you don't have a J Trader account?
Oh
No,
wait, wow.
Word,
I
brother.
actually,
We
I actually tried. I went online to try and set it up, but
Is
I'm
it?
not getting any
no,
You
results.
have a
you need to
right
have a
broker.
yeah, you need to have a
Maybe and
broker
Jimmy
that's
don't have.
yeah.
I reached out to NCB because I already have an NCB, so I was thinking I'd try and use them.
Oh,
You could try it. I
all
think
right.
creating an account with them is also pretty easy. I hear you can
Mm-hmm.
depending on what they have for you, might be able to do it from your phone even or from your computer.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
you might want to that. The way you sound like you're investing, a J Trader account would be
Mm-hmm.
very useful for you. I think.
Yeah, yeah, man. I have to get one because I NCB fell below $100, and I can't believe I didn't get a dime of it. It went back triple digits the next morning, and it hasn't seen that price again since.
That's all like it's Randy. You bring the forex into it.
Yeah,
Remember from grow up. Why did NCB go to NT go down where it went?
yeah,
Everybody trying to buy after them to the thing go through. Everybody wants to buy at the price that it already happened at. If your order wasn't in at the 91, then you never get in at the 90. If there's the person selling at 91 sold at 91, doesn't mean there's another person coming to sell behind.
exactly, exactly.
If you
Um,
believe that, if you says it come in and do it, sure. But it doesn't mean it's going to happen like that. So going by triple digits just means okay, that's where people are buying and selling.
Yeah.
yeah. So big up you,
Um.
brother. So tell me something. Hold on.
Indeed.
During this
Profit.
time, during the same period of time, what have your forex percentage? How much you make from forex in terms
Yeah,
of
what kind of
percentage?
returns you get from it?
Let's not talk about that. All right.
Damn. But
The
that's fine.
forex. All right. The forex. I'm going to be honest. The forex. I I would say it's 30%. But the thing with it,
In what time? In this time period?
no man. All right. Boy, Randy, no. Why you bringing the forex thing, man?
You
Whenever they,
see? Yeah, all
I,
right. All
I
right.
want to.
It's
We
not. It's
can
not.
leave
It's
it
not.
alone, you know.
It's not a you point. You know. It's not a you point. The forex point is a forex point, not a you point. There's a specific reason, and
The,
I think even what you're saying now is pretty novel in that space. You actually know your percentage return.
Yes.
the thing. All right. The thing is, I can say it is. It's much easier to navigate the local market with, as you mentioned, just having a little idea of what to look for. With Forex, the
Shape
returns,
logic, brother.
the returns can be astronomical, but what you have to put in to get those returns, if you're putting in that effort in the local market, boy,
Exactly.
as I said, I wish I was paying a little more attention to the local market while I was still,
Doing
because
forex.
doing, because the thing is, I didn't really pay anyone to try and learn Forex. I did the YouTube, and I came on Twitter and I found some persons. Like, you have to follow
Nothing wrong with that.
people that show that they can actually trade and learn from them, do some of them readings, read some of the stuff that they show. Um,
That's exactly.
and I, try to put it to work. But
The
it,
forex
it
space is full of people that they not even do it. You see the talk about and people buy things. So good
all right,
move there, so.
no, that's the thing. The difference for me, since I've been in this sphere life, I realized, I think that I come across more authentic traders on Twitter versus IG, in the
Oh,
sense where
definitely.
the persons on Twitter will show the broker statement and even the tax returns and so forth, and you can see that, hey, these people are actually trading. Is nobody not put on no 20 lot on gold, and you see them have $1 million float in the cloud, the whole work. No, it's nothing like that. It's actual practical return. Like, um my focus kind of shifted from Forex to the local market because I realized that the effort that I have to put in, um, with the local market is like almost minimal. I won't say minimal, but
Not even
compared
10%. I will say
Comparatively,
it.
much less.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not even 10%. I say to them all the time, I don't understand why Forex people get so angry about it. I'm like, I'm not knocking Forex. It's a real thing if you really do it. It's a real market. But
Yeah,
the risk and effort to reward ratio of Forex to the local market is orders of magnitude.
it's hard, man.
It's completely different. Like you have to in front of your computer every single day.
Yes,
And you have to
yes,
in
yes,
front of
yes.
you have a time, yo, me I go trade. Meanwhile, on the local market, you just have to drive
You,
past the church of KFC, you see it
you wait for
pack
your
up,
alert.
and say, and it's not even just wait for your alert, because another thing the Forex people tell you, and the I trade on the NASDAQ and the NYSE people will tell you is that oh, the local market isn't sophisticated enough. Brother,
Randy,
65%, 65% is 65% whether or not it's complicated.
and think about it. You know, anybody saying that getting these nice returns in their complicated again, I've yet to see it. Somebody that actually know what I'm talking. Everybody know what I'm talking about. Come here and say, "Oh, take a step back." The guy last week that actually makes good returns on the market on the US market. Come and say, "Wait, me here." Right? I've yet to see somebody that actually, oh, I'm profitable. It's always a talk up in my nose and sound fancy kind of thing.
Yeah.
Cool. I hope that suit helps you
I
make money
mean,
on the market.
if people just need to be honest,
Definitely.
there's nothing wrong with it because I'm not. It's not to say that people don't make money from it. You have people that make
Mm-hmm.
money from it, but I'm
Definitely.
saying the effort that it takes, man. Trust me, the effort is night and day,
Mm-hmm.
night and day.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't, never again, don't go to sleep with open trades. That's a thing. Because, yo, if you forget to close that trade before you go to bed and you wake up broke.
Yeah. You never set a stop loss? You got bathroom, you never set a stop loss either. Meanwhile, on the local market, you're using some practical, sensible things. Like, I don't need Forex shapes to tell me that gas expensive because I see it every single where. They don't really
Yeah,
take much to buy the company then that sell gas.
Bro,
Right?
what made the yen move up 1% against USD?
Well, technically,
In the 2 seconds you saw it.
you have to think about the difference at the moment between the general trading in the Japanese market and the understanding of the pips that were added on during
too
the Bank of
much thing.
Japan's quarterly. What? Like, when I leave school for go back to school, learning should not stop, but it don't have to be boring. And it shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not knocking Forex. It is a real thing, but I am not going to I'm not going to tell people that I'm not even going to pretend like it's better. I say it openly. The Jamaican, if you are Jamaican and you understand Jamaica, you live in Jamaica, you know Jamaica, the Jamaican stock market is better than Forex. It is better than the US market. It's better than the NASDAQ. It's better than the NYSE. It's better than the London Stock Exchange, LSX. Is better than international stock markets. If you're a Jamaican in Jamaica, right?
Yeah,
They're
I can agree.
very, 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 very few Jamaicans for whom the local stock market is not big enough or not good enough. One of them might be, maybe the biggest might be Michael Leachin. And guess where the majority of his money, his asset base is? The JSC in NCB. So unless you have more money than me or you're in that class, it's hard for me to take it serious when I hear that. Oh, it's always people who don't have 10 million US to invest telling me that the JSC can't take 10 million US.
10 million. Brother, I'll be think about that.
Hold on.
Man,
The
we try by PTL.
the
Think
power
about
play
that,
that
Randy.
we start, the power play that Randy shared today. I was at work and my coworker and we both embarked on the trading journey. And I shared the tweet with him and I went outside and when I came back, I saw him on my money JA. So I say, oh, you there over here, so cause me never did send it. And I say, oh, me da look on the tweet where you send me and we were just speaking about it to say that the mere fact that somebody can invest that kind of money and get that kind of return. And the funny thing about this whole thing, it really was a gutsy move. But I'm saying, imagine if that $4 million was done on another stock, which moved even further, because the movement on the mail pack, it wasn't that significant of a movement, if we're being honest.
Yo, as you say it, I wasn't going to say it before, but
Peter there.
yo, it's QWI down. I wasn't going to
Yeah,
say
but
it. I wasn't going
famous.
to say it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it now. JetCon.
I saw that move was good.
Yeah, JetCon. Very quietly. That's one of the ones that I wasn't going to talk about yet, and probably wouldn't. I don't remember if maybe we brushed on it a few weeks ago, or if it was just privately or it was in the group. But JetCon, very quietly, very, 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 very quietly. And I bought JetCon at 80 something cents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was actually like 81 cents. 83, actually, I think. Not 81, 83. And JetCon is now at $1.12. This is
A
days
lot
ago I
of
bought
money.
it. That's
Change,
30.
but a
That's
lot of returns.
34.9% growth. Whew. Imagine that on $4 million.
Yep. Just so.
Imagine that on
Shifty.
$4.1 million.
So it leads me to my question, Andy. I work with a particular company, and I won't say the name, but
Please don't.
I know we're doing some nice things, and it has pushed me to now try and own shares in my company. Question though,
It's a listed company that you work at?
yes it is.
Are you,
Um,
okay.
Go ahead. What are you gonna ask?
No, it's just my general rule of thumb for anybody's that if you work somewhere and you can own piece of where you work, own it because you work there. I go
Yes.
work every day, so I might as well own piece.
Yeah.
I've been telling people that from I worked at a listed company, and they used to look at me weird. I'm like, yo, the days when you hate working here, at least I own peace. At least it's my place. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you. It's a big deal to me. But finish what you're saying.
So the question I have, if I was doing some research, and since one of my colleagues, he mentioned the PEG ratio, which is the PE ratio growth,
Oh no.
right? I did some numbers, and I realized that the growth ratio is negative. However, the company said that they declared some profits, good profit. So
Hold
what
on.
does that mean?
Please.
Hold on. Let me carry everybody because we always ensure that we can carry everybody in the conversation along with us. I don't want anybody to be lost. You said the PEG ratio, which stands for the PE growth ratio. What exactly is that? Right. So it's a method of measuring it. Pretty much. So it's one of the methods of valuing a company, right? PE ratios, that is. The PEG rate, I keep saying ratio. The PEG ratio, what is that? In plain terms.
It has to do with the growth or the expected growth of the company in respect to their profit to earnings.
So you had to estimate a level of profit growth when you were working out the PEG ratio, right?
And the first thing there. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we make it. Yeah. What was the growth? What was it like? Was it a percentage that you used?
All right, let me go about Excel and
Oh God.
Oh no.
I'm not knocking it,
Wow.
by the way. I live in
Wow.
Excel, so I'm not knocking it. But
The first thing I type PEG ratio in Google, and the first thing is why PEG ratio, and it's a silly tool. Peaking alpha.
why is it not?
Why is that silly tool?
Oh, it's so I took the
you want to say
the
which
mo
stock it is, by the way? I don't mind if it's a stock. I don't mind talking
Yeah,
about
it don't
for
matter to
sure.
us, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
At least it's not nothing changed if you say it.
No, I think I actually did the calculation incorrect. Um,
Imagine that. But hold on. Even if you did it, you want to say which stock it is?
Yeah, so we can look at it much better.
hold on. It was KWL.
Kingston Wharves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Fine, I having a good PE.
Right.
How long has it been running?
literally since I don't know, since IPO till now.
The man never reads that. Wow, that's funny. What a day.
Literally since from then till now, I have never bought this stock as a result of that. The people, anybody who grow and know this story, I have heard me tell this story, understand why I pointed out that it's been on for so long. 08. By the way, another cool thing about My Money JA is that you can see data, or if you have a premium account, you can see lots of data going back very, 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 very far, as you can tell. Price data, which is cool if you care about that sort of thing. If you're serious about your money, it's a very cool thing. But yeah, so it was Kingston Wharves, as you said, KW, yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go into the heavy numbers. Don't worry, we'll be able to walk you through because we want to carry everybody. We don't want nobody to feel too confused. So, so you bought, or you're thinking of buying it, and you're doing the PEG calculation on it, the PE growth ratio, which involves estimating a level of growth.
No, it's even worse.
No, well,
You're just
at
taking
some
the
point,
previous. You're taking you're estimating, or the assumption you're taking is that the annual EPS growth in the past will remain the same. And you know how that swings very, very quick.
Yeah.
End of the day, you still have to calculate PE. You still have to calculate what's actually going to come and then try to work that out. It doesn't change it. The PEG is the same thing as looking at a PE and saying, PE is high today. Profits the profits to come in the future don't make sense because the PE is high today. I won't buy the stock.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the thing I have with PEG ratio. I don't knock projections, right? And in some ways, technically, I do. We all do. Do you also do it? Danhai. We do do some sort of PEG ratio.
Yep.
But the G, that's why you hear me coming. That's why you hear me zooming in on the G, because the PE part is backward looking. You're looking at what the company has done in the past. The growth expectation is the most important part of the PEG. And my question is always, what is the basis for that growth? So what percentage did you use as the growth?
What percentage I use? Well,
annual growth.
I honestly just I really just use the so I really just try to do it based on what I saw on Google, because like I said, I was trying to, somebody mentioned it and I was trying
but you must have a growth rate if you do the calculation.
Not necessarily, no. You remember, so you can download a PEG calculator off the internet and
it tells you its own growth rate as you see a DCF issue.
Yeah.
That I'm writing whatever I want for that number.
Yeah, it's just like not dollar cost averaging. Sorry,
discounted cash flow.
Discounted cash flow, because which Warren Buffett has laughed at how it's done. Here's a secret to it, so I'm not confuse anybody. Let me not get too deep into it. Right, your PEG ratio. I would say I would throw it out. I don't entertain conversations along those lines. I go along very real and practical lines. Right. What's the current PE ratio for Kingston Wharves?
17.54.
That's right. Thank you, My Money JA. Right. So 17.54. Let's say that it's roughly fairly valued right now. Cool. At $39.29. But what's your goal? Time. When would you want your money by? Time period. Like, you want to make profit. So when do you want to make the profit by?
Over how long? How long are you willing to wait to get your money? You buy this for X amount of time because you're going to give your money in X amount of time. For wait time.
I'd say 9 months.
You would say that's a red flag for me.
Yeah.
That's a
I
red
feel like
flag
you
for me
just
right
find the
away.
time when thinking that
Yeah.
you must just anything we get.
Yeah, but you've
The
done
problem.
grow. You've done grow. You know how much of a stickler I am for that. That thing that you just did there is a red flag. That is going to be your problem when you're investing. Not the ratios, not the information, not right. That thing that you just did is the real flag. But I
All
can't
right,
solve
so
everything here.
it's
I don't
not
want
a
to go
flag.
into it, but it's a very there's so much lines along that one point. And that way just say you're
Yeah.
setting yourself for problems.
No man, it's not a flag, man. It's 9 months
No, no,
late.
no, we're not. It's not asking. It is a red flag.
Let me tell you something that my exes would tell you. The person who shows the red flag, you can't listen to them when them say it's not a flag. All
Yeah.
right? All right? The red flag is the red flag. I saw the red flag. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I have red flags around how I invest. And every time, often whenever I make my mistakes, I'm like, this again?
This again.
All right, so what's the red flag though? Because all right,
When do
maybe
you want your
once
money
now,
by? The money you're investing, when you want it by?
the money that I'm invested, I want it in 9 months time.
Saying it
Alright.
more confidently not gonna make me forget how you said it 10 minutes ago,
What you
which is
say just
cool.
now, and the
No,
fact
it's
that
all
you
right.
never answered before.
It's 9 months. I know
All
why
right.
I hesitated.
All right, cool. I'll trust you. 9 months. So 9 months from now is when? December? Yes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's when you want it for December?
yeah.
The end of December? Or the
Yeah.
starting?
The end of December.
All right. So really January then. January 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? All right, well, okay. If you
No,
cash
actually,
out, let's say you cash out in the middle of January 2023, next year, that would be okay?
Yes.
Or if you cash out the middle closer to the end, would that be okay? Like closer to payday January?
9 months.
But is
for
is
9 months. So actually, I want to cash out in December.
Yeah.
I
help me
hope
out
you're
now?
hearing the red flag, by the way.
I not that
I hope you hear. I hope you are hearing your answer. I know
Yeah.
you're feeling.
the Jenna got 2 weeks into January, from him December going.
Uh, 9 months. 9
Yeah,
months.
man.
So you cash out.
We,
So you
we're
cash
not
out in
going.
December.
We're not going into specific date. The time period is 9 months.
Well, you know when you want the money, say specific date. It has to be specific. If it's 9 months and 9 months, when? You
Him
know
know
when
the
you
red
want the
flag.
money, you know.
Him the gross. Him know it's a red flag, but that's cool. It's all right.
What I think this is, I think you already decided on KW, and you think KW gonna do something in 9 months, so you're fine with KW for the 9 months because that thing will happen for you in that 9 months.
If we were in the grower group, if we're in the subscribers group, and I was talking to him, I bet you when you press him a little bit, it can even jump to 6 months really, and him really want
Uh-huh.
it. No, yeah. But I'm not going to pressure you because we have a whole heap of people, and I want to get through the KW point. So let's say you want KW in 9 months. How much you want? How much? What percentage you want by then?
50% on my investing.
I didn't catch that. 50 you said, or 3? What you said?
50%.
50%. Cool. All right. Do you think, have you done any research around KW outside of the PE growth? The PEG?
No.
Boy, problem that.
Big problem. And you know that. So that's why we didn't have to go down the PEG. Because
You're
the
looking
truth
at past
is,
information only, and then saying 9 months from now, this past information will give me money. So I
and,
said,
and if you haven't looked at the depth of what KW is,
Well, I
then
know,
how
I
can
know, I know KW. Their primary operations are birthing. The birth aspect of it, as well as it- yeah, birthing operations, vessel operations
where?
in Kingston as transshipment.
So how did they make their money?
Vessels, vessel activity.
What
what I mean,
vessel activity mean?
what I mean.
Them-
Actually, if I run this business, what would pay me? Who pays me and why? I've got to
Or
look for
think
them.
of it another way. Don't think I don't want to get technical. I want everybody to be able to follow along. Think of it this way. Suppose I take up some of your money off of the table and you say, "Oh, yeah, I do that," and I say, "Oh, vessel activities." Would you be comfortable?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, man. We need to know it like in a real way. We're not trying to answer it on the business news. We're trying to answer it to ourselves. So
This is not note one of the
yeah,
financial.
yeah, man. So this is you literally need to understand what them do in a way where you can just say it to yourself, and you know, and it has to be accurate. I don't just mean say it so you're saying the words. I mean say it so that I understand. I truly understand. Like think about it. You know what you work, right? 9 to 5 or school?
Yeah.
Which one? Work?
Work.
Like,
You know what you do for your job?
yeah, okay.
Wo- okay. It's not your first job.
No, it's my second job.
All right, your previous job. What did you use to do for that job? I just don't want you to talk your business publicly. So your
Yeah.
previous job. What did you use to do for that job?
My previous job, I was with
You don't have to say
a
who you
ship.
were with.
I was
So what
with
you
an
do?
agency with regards to barrels, customer barrels and so forth.
Okay,
And
what you used to do while there though?
Mm-hmm.
I entered. I was a clerk.
Okay,
So
day to day.
No, no, you do. Actually, you do. If you don't do it, you don't get paid. That's basically what I ask. What do you do to
Oh,
get paid?
if I
The
don't
job is.
update the information that the customers provide, then I won't
Mhm.
get paid.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
That's
get
the
you. So you
service you
used to
provide.
like, okay, so you used to like, I get it, because barrels coming in, you have to get customer information, update the paperwork and so on, and that have to be correct, because if it's
Yeah.
incorrect, it come back and there's a delay, and if it sit down on the wharf too long, then it get wharfage fees, and if it's your fault, why get wharfage fees? The customer not going to want to pay
Problems.
it, and it's going to be problems, and you don't want to come out of your pocket, right? And the boss don't want to pay for it, correct?
Correct.
You see how you understand your job in a real way?
Mm-hmm.
You have to can understand Kingston Wharves in the same way, in
What
a
they
real
do.
way. You have to understand what them really do. So that if you drive
What
past
are you being
Kingston
paid for?
Wharves and you see something, if you drive past Kingston Wharf and you see something happen, you can look on that thing and say, that might affect them. Or that might not affect them. And then since I know, I can tell from what you're doing and the fact that you've made money, you have to, and I'm assuming here, but you have to get bad. You have to get bad at it. Why? Because you have to get to the point where you stop listening just to people to actually get an idea of what they think. Meaning, I could tell you a lot about Kingston Wharves now, but suppose I make a mistake. Sometimes I say things and as soon as the brick talk done, I go, oh Christ, I should have said, or I forgot to say. I make mistakes. Or sometimes I just have it wrong and I have to go back and I correct it, right? But suppose I say the wrong thing to you and it sounds good, and you buy Kingston Wharves as a result of it. And then I don't remember next week to do it. And then the week after that, maybe I don't do the brick talk, maybe I stop. Suppose, God forbid, but suppose I crash and dead. And then your money's in Kingston Wharves and it dropped from 39 to 29. It's a big drop, that, you know.
Yeah, but did you are the one who put it, or I did?
I said it on Brick Talk, but you put your money on it, right? And
Yeah,
when I
but
said it,
who
it
did?
sounded
No,
good.
no. Hold on. Hold on. You said it, but who is the person who did the transaction?
That's you.
Okay, so how is that your fault?
No, man, I'm not talking fault here. I'm not talking fault here. I'm talking about yeah, man, it's not fault. I'm talking about your need, and anybody listening in the same situation that thinking about investing on their own, how well you need to understand a company. Being able to say, for example, like this, again, my manager, you'll see it. Warfare, you say warfare operation. It sounds good. But then what does warfare
that
operations mean? If I am watching news and I see a fire on the wharf, are warfing operations affected? Are they not? Is it good? Is it bad? Let me show you this. Let me flip it in a real way. Oftentimes people, every news, I have the Every Mickle news feed. It's a free thing that anybody can sign up for on Twitter. Not, well, on Telegram. And it allows you to see all the news for all the listed companies, right? Also on My Money JA, you see have this nice little news button. So I see all the news, not just news from the JC, but also from the newspapers, right? People all the time on Twitter and privately send me news articles, usually things I've read already, with a big idea behind it.
Bro.
Right? A big idea behind it. And I'm not saying that the idea is bad or the intent is bad. It's just that if you are a hardcore investor and I'm trying to make that money, I'm trying to make that play that you did, I'm trying to do it repeatedly, I have to be able to hear what you're saying. Hear, not you hear me. I have to hear what the person is saying to me, hear their excitement, and still place whatever they're saying in the appropriate level. All right? Yes, it sounds good that I won't call the person, but they know themselves. They're probably listening now. Like somebody said today, I use almost exact words. Carrera sales have dropped drastically. And I said to them, what does drastically mean? Right? And then they're like, you know what? They started telling the story about, I think around the cigarettes and a little change in it. And now if I were to take that, and this is somebody who is very close to that operation, they're not at Careers, I'm not a Careers person, they're close to, however, that sort of sales operation on the ground. If I was just to take it on the base of what they're saying, and I own Carrera shares, which I don't either, I'd probably sell the Carrera shares immediately. But then 2 minutes into the conversation, everything started to change. It's still, the reason that they said it still exists, you know. But the question now becomes, okay, hold on. So people stop buying the cigarettes? Well, they cut heavily. So have people stop buying the cigarettes? Yeah, them haven't buy XYZ in this time. Okay, so the person who used to buy those cigarettes, what are they buying now? And then you start to stop because you realize if people are smoking cigarettes, especially religiously, they're probably addicted. And you don't just stop the addiction like that. We know that because the price of cigarettes has raised exponentially every few years and people still smoke, right? So what are they smoking? Then you're starting to think, okay, maybe sales have not been cut drastically, or maybe they have, but it's no longer just the big headline. That stuff allows you to stop being fooled. I'll use the Carib Cement, the Carib Cement dividend news, Danhai. The disclosure from Carib Cement today that
Gosh.
they've announced that their board of directors have approved a new policy for the payment. The board of directors has approved a new policy for the payment of dividends, which will include the framework that would be considered in order to declare and pay such. The approval was given at a meeting held on March 23rd. This came out today, March 25th. It is important to note that the Carib Cement Limited's dividend policy does not represent an undertaking or a commitment by them to actually pay a dividend, but it outlines the factors on which they're going to pay a dividend if they choose to pay a dividend, because they did promise at the AGM that they would put together a framework, a policy framework, and they would do it by the end of the first quarter 2022. And that policy framework would determine whether or not dividend. You see how many words are on this page, and none of them don't say that I'm actually paying a dividend. But if somebody hears, yo, Carib Cement dividend policy approval, if somebody reads that headline and decides that it means a dividend is coming,
dividend I pay,
and them run and buy Carib Cement, what is it today, $60-something?
Yep.
And they end up getting burned over, and they wanted the money in a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever. And they end up getting burned at $67. Damn. At $67. Is it their fault that the news was what the news was? The news was correct, you know. It doesn't say anything wrong, you know, but it's up to you, the person hearing it, to have the right level of understanding of Carib Cement, so that when you hear this news, you know where to put it. So bringing it back to you, you need to have that understanding of Kingston Wharves, so that when somebody said to you, say, oh, the growth on PEG is the PE growth rate that I have for Kingston Wharves makes me think that, you know, it might be a great thing because it's gonna go, sales are gonna fly, or, you know, it great at $39, it'll be
the sales flew in the past, it's gonna fly again.
Yeah, man.
Boy.
I am very rarely ever impressed by the things I hear. I have to hear it, and sometimes I'm excited, or sometimes it sounds scary, but understanding the company is the thing that makes the difference. Is a real difference maker. The real difference maker is the understanding of the company, because it allows you to place any news you hear, whether good or bad, in the right place. And it allows you also, when you're analyzing things, to analyze them in a realistic, practical way, which is why I started all of this off asking you what was the growth percentage you used when you were looking at Kingston Wharves. Because let's say you said the growth rate was 20%. My question to you then is, what about Kingston Wharves do you know that makes you think that the business will grow 20% in the next 9 months?
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know it's a whole huge sermon, but I had to give you all that in order to you get what I'm saying about this here, right? And that's also why you need to understand actually what Kingston Wharves does. And you've done grow, so you know my entire analysis method is not just what Kingston Wharves is, not just a ratio. You have to have a full understanding of Kingston Wharves. Well, you don't have to have one, but if you want to invest deliberately, if you want to make deliberate profit, then you need to know one, because otherwise it's accidental profit. Because the worst thing can happen is accidental profit. Because suppose you buy it today and a bunch of people heard me talking about Kingston Wharves and say, yo, they run and buy it Monday and the share price fly Monday. And you're like, yes, me get it. Maybe you jump out Monday. That would be the most dangerous thing, because you think that the reasons that you used initially are good reasons. And then the next time you use it, you're going to use those wrong reasons on bigger money. And it might also work at that point too. But every day the bucket go well, one day the bottom must drop out. And if the bottom drop out when you have a bigger money, or you're sure about this thing, so I borrow some money now and also use the money and tie it up. Dangerous thing, brother. Like, I don't want to scare you off, but you are playing the game in the way that we play the game now, in the way that I love the game now, but you can't go into it blind. You have to understand Kingston Wars. In the same way how you understand your previous job, you have to understand it the same way. You have to know, say, yo, these are the main little things. You know, so when I was talking about SVL, I said that cash fat is the least impressive thing to me about it. But I also have to acknowledge, as you heard Danhai also acknowledge, that cash fat is them bread and butter. Right? So as much as I loved the news, and I'm like, yo, listen, this to me with SVL, this is great. This is the future. But if tomorrow I hear that the government is raising the tax on cash pot, I might be more worried, because the future is the future, but right now is right now. It's the same way you have to understand Kingston Wharves completely. Completely. Understand what's going on in it and what's going on around it. The people that own Kingston Wharves, what else are they looking at? What else have they done? You have to do that kind of deep dive on it, right? You have to do that kind of deep dive. That kind of deep dive, I think, would bring you to JP, which would allow you to see that they're looking a lot heavier now on their logistics arm. They bought that shipping line, use a shipping activities. So them own a shipping line and them own Kingston Wharves. Yeah, and they just bought another one. And they bought a couple of they buy that water company in Damrep. They bought a couple of things where if it actually, and they say that they're concentrating heavily on logistics, and not just port logistics, but now internal and external logistics. So stuff in the island, and we know Jamaica is an island, so we import a lot of stuff. And they own businesses outside and within the country. So chances are they're going to bring a lot of things in. And if they own a port, I'm not going to use my competitor's port unless the business that I have is filling up my port. So they're probably going to push a lot of business through Kingston Wharves. But then you have to understand what are the things that they have and what are they pushing, and are they actually doing that? Is Randy right? And if they're pushing something through Kingston Wharves, how much are they going to be pushing through Kingston Wharves? How good is that going to be? That is the reality of the G in PEG. And if you don't know that, PEG is just a number in Excel.
Yep,
and
just like PE.
Just like
People
PE.
don't stop at the calculation. Is this again? I keep bringing that past information point because it's one of the strongest points Randy ever made. I think to people, and how people got to that. Then you're looking at a report that's telling you something that happened behind you. The report when we get it late, it's telling us about a date 15 days ago. When we finally get it,
45.
you want to say you're looking at 9 months down the line and saying this thing is telling me what's going to. This thing is telling me. The thing is actually telling you is what happened. It's telling you nothing about what's going to happen. So if you're looking at if the PEG is deciding factor on what's going to happen, things on work, you know, really got so. We've seen how much time, boy, this company has a compound annual growth rate of XYZ, and it changed in a year because guess what? They took a loss this year.
Yep. Or the
Yeah.
reverse. Look on.
Or it
Look.
did shoot up. It could be that you're looking at Pinson Waves now and the PEGs, whatever. But you look at if you were to check the amount of business and whatever is going to happen for them, the PEG will look nice next year, much better. Because way more growth happening now. So careless if it is so bossy. The number no really saying that's like me saying I'm not buying CPG at a PE of what was it, 100 and odd? When clearly money coming to this company. So
Well,
the
yeah.
PE said no.
For the people wondering, that I is talking about CPJ up until February 28th. You're talking about CPJ up until February 28th. And then on March 1, when the numbers
Oh.
drop, the PE that was 100 times, definitely overvalued. Well, not March, February 9th. When this drop, suddenly the PE is back in regular terms. Now the thing that was 100x February 1, on March 25th, it is 1831,
Yeah.
18.31. Many would say
Who would have thought?
fairly valued. Or if you actually if you understand CPJ the way I had to understand it to be comfortable putting my money in from out here, so 2021. When I was putting my money in out here, so January, February, March, the way I had to understand it to be comfortable with it is the thing that would make me look on the current PE 1831 and actually say CPJ is actually undervalued, heavily undervalued. And people will see it now, because I think maybe many skeptics would love to buy, they'd buy it if I offer them my CPJ shares at 12 or 11 or $10. But when I was buying it for 273, I was crazy. But it's that understanding. And from what I hear from you, from that play that you did, because I really rate this play. This play is the sign of somebody who,
Strong.
yeah, man, you can get it, but I just
Hit
don't want
every
you.
single mark.
Yeah, man, I don't want you to get it wildly. I want you to do this deliberately, again and again and again. And the fact that you tell me, so your first job was in that sort of logistics space, I feel like you have, I won't say inside knowledge. You have a good knowledge of the whole shipping space.
System.
Yeah, the whole shipping system. And that might be very, very good for you projecting Kingston Wharves.
Yeah. In fact, you started really strong with the things I expect to happen for Kingston North. You say it's things you expect to happen, they're not going to really spend. And then you go to the PEG. So I have a feeling that you expect these things, and the PEG was probably the thing that, make it sound better to you and more fancy and more financy. So you feel more confident around it, especially looking at 9 months and that strong. You're looking for a strong return over 9 months. I think you should really look at the things you expect to happen, the impact that's going to happen from them, and start focusing. That's the PEG thing. Or you can use it as necessary, just learn how to properly use it. It's not just a get up and whatever.
Okay.
Read the number on the paper.
All right. I appreciate the knowledge.
Big up.
And big up again that play. That's a proper.
Would have been player of the week, actually. He would have been player of the week if
Indeed.
the other player of the week never come in. So big up. I hope and I like that you have more money to play, more dry powder. You'll lick the million before the year done if you keep it up, man. I think so, at least.
We'll see. I'll give you an update for sure.
Big
All
up.
right, boss.
Big
Let's
up.
go.
Yeah, man, cool. All right. Danhai, you waited on the Carib Cement dividend?
Again?
You waited on the Carib Cement dividend?
Well, the funny part of it to me is the decision that they will pay a dividend. When the notice is literally saying, we are uncertain. We don't know if we're going to pay a dividend. And this thing can actually tell you that we're not paying a dividend.
The funny thing is, 2 points. One, I would not be surprised if they declare and pay a dividend.
Same.
Yeah. And
I think it would be a nice time to do that.
And I'll save that for advanced grow or the grow subscribers group, and I'll tell them why I say that. But when is their age? Okay, so but the other point is, I guess, coming from market knowledge, years ago, long ago, back when Cable and Wireless was in the market long before it even changed its name from Lime or anything like that. They went a long time also without paying any dividends, and a large part of the reasoning around why they weren't paying any dividends, outside of the fact that many years they made some losses, was that I remember, and I could be wrong, my memory might be crappy here because I'm going back maybe 15, 16 years. I remember an article with the then CEO or chairman saying that their dividend policy, there's like a certain criteria, and the business just never made that criteria. And then one day, like after they went so long, years without paying a dividend, one day their business did hit the criteria. Then them start buck shuffle, still never paying a dividend. And I remember an article being in the, or a letter to the editor or something like that, where somebody was saying, like you said 7 years ago that if these factors were made, then they would pay a dividend, and these factors have been made, then buck shuffle the same way. I know they're not on the market anymore. So do with that what you will. If you are a good Googler, you can go maybe look up some of those old articles. This is maybe 12 or 13 years ago, easily. And check those out, or maybe it wasn't so long, the last article, and see what happens even when the policy say yes, Mercy says no.
Because guess what? The policy does not run the company.
The board of directors determine a dividend, and they do not have to pay one, right? And the board of directors are heavily influenced by the majority and made up of employees of the majority, some of it, of employees of the majority shareholder. And the majority shareholder sought out their dividend policy.
The dividend don't look like a dividend on them side. Someone look like a dividend on them side.
For a while now, but yeah. You could have been
Funny
so
how
great.
they've always had that, right?
Yeah. All right. Sir Ling, you've been waiting forever.
Hey, all gone.
Oh, yeah, man. What about when I say?
Not
Yeah,
much.
no boss.
Ooh. Sorry.
Should I do somewhere here for jump on a conference call, but real quick though. So I wanted to kind of pretty much from doing grow up. I think the Claro slogan. I don't know if you want me to say it on the live or on the program or what, but you don't know that is very, very useful, incredibly useful, man. The move up.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I think so.
And a lot of it is common sense, but putting it in a context like that, putting it together like that, yeah, it's very useful. Can I tell you? Cause really what they want to talk about was like mistakes that they made on the market this week, but I'll talk about this instead. Was one of the things that made me really realize, say, yo, make a whole heap of sense, and it's a very practical thing that anybody can do. Was it have to be around the time period when the war was going on. Right as the war about to start, actually. I remember Monday, my father called me and he said to me, say, yo, the war I got starting this week, I tell me, say, man, tell me exactly to man, say, yo, at Thursday the first missile of fire, I say, so why Thursday? Man say, yo, at Thursday the first shot of fire over that Ross. Remember me tell you that, you. I say, alright, whatever. So now
Is your father's name Vladimir?
No.
Okay.
But him tell me, him have a way to know some of these things, and it is really mystical sometimes, but it's not really mystical. It wasn't a hunch either. Like the man take to the conviction and ask over and over why said how is this Thursday, the school Thursday. Remember me tell you that Thursday. So anyway, so reach now, gas prices fluctuating, all these things, whatever. So reach a Thursday morning now, and say midnight, our time, little after midnight, our time. So said, so done. Mr. the fire reach over there. So now, Thursday morning now, I say, yo, when this break the news, yo, first thing as market open, have a ram up some Fesco. Because 2 weeks before, I bought some Fesco, about, I think one day it was $5,000 because they have that in the account. They just use and buy some Fesco. The day after that, it was about 50 something grand they put on it again. Because I had some money again in the account too. No, because I was looking for some plays. And I say, you know what? The war really gonna start for two. It happened the Thursday. So I said, all right, we just put the thing on Fesco. And the thing I got it at let me check and tell you right now what Fesco at time. It was the 24th. I got it at the last time I purchased it was $4.99. And then it just ran and ran and ran up to almost $8. All right. And that to me was one of the if you really was like apply the move up to that because you understand what the company do for the money, all of that, the value, everything, what's happening in the space or the whole universe or whatever. And just what people think about at that time, it was a
That la-
great time.
that last one, that last one is a major point there. What the last time we had a big fiscal conversation on here. That's one of the points. I don't
Oh
know if I
yeah.
went into it as much, but sorry. The last point that you made about the people is a real one. We forget that the market is just people, and for the first time, at least the first time in regular people's life, in my lifetime, regular people saw an opportunity. One, not just to make some money, and a lot of people are doing it, so it's popular. You know, we stay in Jamaica if something popular, me want in it too. But for the first time, everybody could see something that we're very familiar with, all the signs of everything I got raised. And the thing that
Yeah.
caused everything for raise is oil. And for the first time, we had an outlet. That's all. It doesn't matter if it make 100% sense. A regular person have an outlet because guess what? Gas price I go up. And it's not like I can stop buying it. If I drive from Spanish Town to Kingston every day, if I live at Ochi, I have to drive round, I have to drive to Westmoreland every day for work. I have to buy the gas, no matter what it is. I complain about it, my cost me even turn off the AC and start driving the window down, but I still have to buy the gas. And for the first time, I can own a piece of a gas station. And you thought Jamaicans wouldn't rush to buy it. They're going to continue to rush to buy it because it's the only way that again, not a financial way, but just in my heart, the only way I can lick back against the gas price. At least, and it's not them thief, it's we thief. Cause it's my own piece now. Yeah, I cannot buy gas anywhere now other than Fisco.
Yeah.
It have to be
True.
Fisco, cause I'm my gang that.
My
Because
guess
look how the gas price, wicked. So
I'm gonna buy a gas from.
Yeah, man. Now tell everybody stay safe. Make sure you top up your tank early at Fesco. Yeah. And it's not just. It would be very interesting if another gas station chain lists. That'd be very interesting to see. But if another gas station chain lists, chances are they're gonna have the same effect because it's the only outlet that hundreds, if not thousands, of people now have to feel like, yo, I can get something back because my entire life I have never gotten anything back from the gas station. Other than back chat when them said that the card machine not working. So why you put the gas on the gas station? You see me come to your card first, right? No. Make Pesco tell me that. I don't mind. And then that's the worst thing too. Them card machine always working. Them efficient and rich. They're so
Kind of
good.
weird, bro.
They're so good. I don't want to turn it into a Fesco ad because them definitely give me no money. But I mean, I own Fesco. I'll turn it into a Fesco ad. I'm my gang. But don't buy from Fesco, please. Because you're going to have to buy the gas anyway. Plus, many places, their gas is cheapest.
Yeah, man, and especially Mandela these days, traffic
Weird
up there. It's insane, man. Insane. Have a smile to myself, man. And you know, say the same day of the war down the day on Thursday. Pops called me back and him said to me, tell me something. How did that man day today now? Say Thursday now. Little more. him say to me, him say, so what you do today now? I'm saying, not to tell me, it's alright, little more. Cause no.
Does he invest on his own or him just talking?
Nah, he doesn't. Nah.
Okay. Ask him what him feel about JetCon. Ask him what him feel about used car and taxi and anything there.
Yeah. So them man, I always I get some kind of interview, them kind of thing.
Yeah, but
Alright, if my eyes in the right place, you know how to look.
yeah,
Uh,
if you look very practically, there is no question about what Fesco is doing. Yo,
yeah.
a few months ago, people were saying that Fesco on this very show, Fesco is
Bro.
not set for the future because of electric cars and not green enough LNG. No, no, what everybody and them cousin repeat when them talking about Fesco, electric cars and LNG, right? More stations and expansion into the LPG market, which they did say in their prospectus. The same prospectus
Prospectus.
spoke about LNG. I don't know. I don't know. So if that's what I'm tell people all the time. If you have little sense, you can make a whole heap of money on the market. You do not
And
need to
that's
be
how
a
we start
finance
about reading
professional.
comprehension.
Yep, 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 yep.
Serious man.
Big up Sterling. And let me say, ask your father about used car and JetCon and them thing there, please.
Ask him how it relate to war and them thing. Because most of him information, them thing, you know. But yeah, I can ask him.
Your father name Vladimir Free?
No.
No,
No.
cause
No, but I just said it. You have a very. It's not a normal person. A man have a very unusual network of people. Like
So does Vladimir.
very wild, very unusual. But it's one of those if you know kind of thing.
That's like Vladimir. Okay, bro.
But yeah, man, big up, yo, big up, as usual.
Yeah, man.
I did do there's some more things I didn't want to cover, but really I gotta run though. Because
No
there's some
problem.
mistakes I did make and we kinda want to go through, but I don't know. But
The timing is bad. That's the
yeah.
thing. And I want a couple other people here. Yep, I have like two
Yeah.
people who are waiting really, really long.
No, you're able to do it now anyway, cause as I said, jumping onto a conference call, so
All right. Welcome Advanced Grow
gotcha.
this week and we can talk through it.
when is it? You do the split one already?
Yeah, but Advanced Grow is Tuesday. And you will like it because it's about deep dive.
Advance is Tuesday.
Tuesday evening, 6 p.m.
Alright, cool. I'll try and cover on that one then.
All right,
Alright, yo.
bless up.
Respect, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yo, I'm pretty sure that Vladimir is him father. Yeah. Him think him slipping out here, no? And then him fire the first missile. I said,
But
okay. All right. The next person is I don't know if I want. I'm gonna save that person for as the last caller. So Cruz
Bros and bros.
McFarlane, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you for your extreme patience, sir.
Yeah. I actually drop asleep and
Jaja.
wake up.
Jaja. Sorry about the boredom, sir. Well, go through. What's up?
I'm good, man. I was looking at Tajikor this week. Kind of piqued me interest. So I dive in a little bit deeper and look at the parent company, Tajikor Financial Corporation or company, whichever the name. And I realized that they had record profit. They finally released Q4 and perform. They had record profit. But then I remember JMMB. JMMB also owns a 22% stake in Sagicor Financial.
22.73. Why? Or 75.
Yeah. But looking at JMMB 9-month performance, they're already ahead of Scotia. But in their 9 months, they made more money than
Hold
Scotia.
on. So help me out. You carry me all over the place here. Tell me what the question is first before you carry it with research.
No, it's not a question. It's not a question.
What is it then? Tell me.
So it's just the next month is
the month where the buyback will kick in for JMMB. So on top of
Is that what they've said?
wasn't that what was in the media?
I
I
find
don't
that
know.
interesting. You
Yeah.
say him ask you and then he ask him back.
Isn't it?
And also, I hope you weren't. You probably were sleeping out this part when I say I advise that you look more than what the news is saying. Look at the company actually. Media is media. Media is
The news.
reporting on something. They can say the wrong thing. It happens so often. Check for the company. Actually, it's about the thing you're betting.
The news get things wrong all the time. Sometimes I have to apologize for it.
So now the media, what JMBs.
I don't remember the exact article or whatever.
Look on this. This came out today
JMB
from
don't write articles.
SSLVC. This came out from SSLVC. Today,
SSLV.
requested the correction of an erroneous article published by the Jamaica Gleaner on March 23rd, titled SSL Ventures Takeover said to be on track for April. If you would come to me that time and say, is that what it said? You'd say, is that not what I saw in the media? You can't trust the media, brother. Yeah, Jamaica, you know that too. You have to take everything with a pinch of salt, not a grain, a pinch of salt.
Yeah, do the Twitter headline and run with it.
Yeah, man, you have to go into the depth of it. Tell me something. I mean, I know you say you don't have a question. I'm going to assume. I know you have a point, but you have money in one of these things, either JMB or Sagicor shares.
Yeah, I bought some about a month or two ago.
Okay. And which ones, JMB or Sagicor?
JMB.
And you're expecting it to give you some profit, right?
Yeah.
Based upon what? The buyback next month?
Yeah.
So the buyback is next month.
So yeah, it's on the JMMB. No, it's on the JC website, and that plan to do it in the financial year 2022 to 2023, which begins on April 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You see the difference now, though? It's the year, It starts April 1. Like, I will turn 36 in the calendar year 2023, which begins January 1. It don't mean that in January I'm going to turn 36.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. So, what's your time in your mind that you have planned to get to your money?
I'm willing to wait until the end of the year.
You're willing to wait until the end of the year?
Yeah.
Okay. The end of the year being what? December?
Yeah.
I suppose JMB does the buyback in February of 2023.
In when?
February of 2023. Because the notice you just quoted you just quoted said the financial year. It's which starts April 2022, but it ends March 2023. So suppose they do it in the second week of March 2023. And the only difference between you and the profit would have been the fact that you read which starts April 2022, and decided that meant that the buyback must happen in April 2022.
And even over a 1 year period. And also, and very interesting point, specific term to the program, the communicated market once regulator approvals are received. We haven't heard from him on that since, as far as I know. So April kind of close still, 4 days actually. So either have they gotten regulator in time for April 1st? We're expecting the movement.
Well, I can't say that because
neither. We haven't heard from them around the same thing. They gave us conditions to talk to us again, and they haven't spoken to us again. So either condition meet and them not talking, or the conditions haven't been met, but they're not talking either way. So there's a next piece we should be getting, as far as I know. So
There's a whole, and I want you to understand this. We're not saying it's not happening.
Definitely not that.
What we is that it shouldn't. You can't walk into the thing blindly. It's not cash pot. You have to, unless you are Ling's father, you don't know what the man is going to play. You kind of have to have a strong basis for it. You see the flip I just did with the guy before, not Ling, the guy before Ling? It's the same flip I do with you. If I took your money and I said, I'm going to give you back your money in the financial year starting April 2022, would you be okay with it if you know that the financial year April 2022 ends March 2023?
And you want to back your money by December. But 9 months out of that, we have a 9 months of intersection, but 3 months you know that Randy can well give it back in the end of the 3 months.
And that's what I told you very publicly.
Mm-hmm. So you agree to that, sign into it.
Well, if I'm convinced that it will happen, well,
So what's the convincing point? That's the question then. What makes you so certain in the face of the uncertainty? I'm reading uncertainty. The point Jamie B gives me, what Jamie B gave me, is uncertain timeline. So what kind of certain? Where do you derive your certainty then? What makes you say I'm looking at these uncertainties, but I think it's going to happen here? So I think you're doing the right thing. But what is it? What makes you say, boy, all right, it will happen in my time?
The business is strong.
Bossy.
Hold on, no.
Hold on, make him talk then.
Hold on.
What you, sorry.
So normally, so when you buy a stock or when I buy a stock, I always ask myself if for some reason I'm stuck with this stock, is it something that I want to own? That's the first question. That's one of the first questions that I ask myself. And if the answer is yes, then I'm willing to put money in it. If not, then I'm not gonna put a lot of money in it or anything
like
significant.
No, it's a Buffett question. That's the Buffett question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Do you know how rich Warren Buffett was?
You know how rich?
You know how rich Warren Buffett was when he said that?
I don't know.
Billions and
billions. He also still sells things that aren't doing so well. So again, look on the airline thing.
Yeah. All the time.
It doesn't help us repeating. And also, that's an oxymoron. You buy this thing because you want to own it for a very specific reason. If it's a very specific reason is no longer on the table, then no, you don't actually want to own it. You're just staying with it and telling yourself you're stuck with it. Stuck. If you're stuck with it, meaning they can't come out, you already have a problem. You don't want to be there, but that's why you're stuck. Yeah.
What you're doing is you're not being honest with yourself. I don't have to ask. I know you don't grow. You don't shame me if you say you don't grow.
No, I don't grow.
I know you don't grow because you said that you buy a stock and the question you ask yourself is not about the company, the understanding of it, the growth that you expect, the time in which you expect it.
I also look at those things, you know. But
no, we know. But I asked you a question, the answer you gave has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
I asked you why are you certain that it's happening within your timeline, as you said it. You said you're certain it's going to happen within your timeline, which is 9 months between now and December. And we say we give a timeline that JMB gave and say there's a 3-month window outside of your 9 months where they can well do the thing you expect them to do. But you say you think it's going to happen within your timeline. Why expect it? You haven't explained that yet. You went into I think I was right to react to the strong business whatever. You gave a contingency for if it doesn't work out in your timeline. That's not certainty that it will happen in your timeline.
You can't never be 100% certain.
I know that, but you're the one that said
a degree
that's
of certainty.
fine, but you haven't explained. So you have a stronger degree of certainty than the uncertainty I'm seeing from JMB. You think, despite this open timeline, it's going to happen within my 9 timeline. And I said, why you think that? Not necessarily that you're right about it. You can't know. But what you have a thought. You believe it. Why do you believe it? What's making you say, yeah, man, it's going to happen during this 9 months instead of possibly the end of the 3 month time, the little 3 months there. So it can well happen within your 9 months. But why? Why do you think that's going to happen?
It's a year. So they get a year to buy back the stock. They allocate $300 million. I can't. It's hard to imagine a case where all of that is spent within just 1 quarter. To buy
Why?
back the stock. Because even when they mention it, it sounds as though they plan to do it over a period of time rather than just spend the whole 300 million one time.
Is the 300
But
million a
JMB,
lot? Is the
so
300 million a
interesting.
lot with regards to JMB's
JMB,
JMB's shares?
Yeah.
It is. What's a
it
lot?
is. JMB
Repeat that.
trade 5 million shares on March 23. How much money that?
I don't know.
I'm a calculator. I'm
Bro,
not
you're
good at
doing
it
some
either.
dangerous. You're doing some dangerous things when it comes to your money, my G. I'm so sorry. That's so
42.
dangerous.
That's
Every time we press you, you say you
219
don't know.
million in one day. And
Yeah.
JMB actually never get no real, okay, a nice little uptick.
No, it fell actually. It fell
2.7
on that day.
million
Yeah.
on March 11th.
Yeah.
It's a good amount of 300 mil trade like not in a week.
Yeah. 300 mil can trade in one day and you don't notice.
And you don't know it.
Yeah.
And the stock price no budge.
Yeah.
And
That's
buyback,
true.
buyback, who they buying from? Are they buying from the market?
Yeah. They
Are they
also
taking,
listed.
how are they doing the buyback? Are
They
they
said
open
open
market
market.
buyback?
They say it's an open market buyback, but they're also listed in
Alright.
two markets.
Hmm.
300 mil is how much
Yeah.
Trinidadian?
Well, I don't know the Trinidadian dollar.
Now check it, man.
But you own the company that trades
Yeah.
in Trinidad.
Yeah. I like the company, you know. I like.
I realize. I think.
No, it's not
I think
just.
you're giving yourself reason
Hold
why
on.
JMB works so well.
No, man. Like,
No, yes,
But-
man. Trust me.
Yes.
You are getting
And
good
you
free
make it
advice.
sound like
You
that
want to
big, strong
listen.
business as a reason
Trust
why
me.
when you look
it's
at
not. It's going to pay
The
the
balance
thing in
sheet.
your time.
Say the balance sheet. When you look at the balance sheet.
no, when you look at the performance of the company, it's not a bad holding. I don't have a problem holding a stock like that.
That's fine. But guess what? That's
No,
not what
it's
you're
not
there
fine
for.
because he's lying.
No.
No.
What's fine is something being an okay hold. That's great. I mean, that's good news. Congrats. But guess what? You went there because you expected a certain level of return within a certain timeline. If you didn't get it, then it just didn't work. That's the truth. Holding it as a consequence of that is just, boy, I'm hoping for something here. Because I know that the day, if you hold JMB beyond your timeline and you vex, you never get the money short. But it happened in the little 3 months' time because you held it, whatever, you're happy and celebrating. And I'm pretty sure you're going to convince yourself that, yeah, man, it was the right thing. Whatever.
Like you're setting yourself up for accidental profit. You know why? If JMB,
Not even
what
a
price did you
hope of
buy
it.
it at? What price did you buy? What's the JMB? What's
Average
your
price.
average price?
I don't remember. I know
40 or
I'm
30s.
up about 13% so far though.
Full of red
So
flag
30s.
like China, brother.
Brother, trust me.
So you're in the high 30s. Watch me. If JMB flies to $50 by next week, Wednesday, you would have been convinced that you're correct. Would you sell if it hit $53 by next Wednesday?
I don't think that's my price.
What's your
What's the
price?
price? I'll get to ask that, Nick. What's your target?
I expect it to double.
No, what's it? Okay.
Double from what point? Today or your price? That's the next question. You don't know your price. So what's a double? At what point are you selling? A double is what? You don't know your
when
price.
it's in the 80 region.
That's not a price.
Which one?
Yeah.
You need to
80
do, you need
region
to
is
grow up.
89
You
too,
need
you
to
know.
do, you need to grow up badly, my G. But here's the thing.
You're selling yourself short.
Are you not being honest with yourself? You say you're looking for it to double, but you bought it in the 30 region. The 80 region is more than 100%. Your double is 60 odd or 70,
And
70 odd.
And the 80 region is 80 to 89.99. That's a wide gap.
Mm-hmm. You
If you reach
truly need to do go.
81, you're great. If you reach 89, imagine you reach 81 and you're holding up more. It sounds like you haven't made a target. You don't know when you're selling, Jimmy.
No,
You have a
man.
vague idea of it. No, man, no, man, you real,
I have an
definitely.
idea.
What's your, it's a vague idea because
No, it's
double
not a
for you
vague
is
idea.
7.
So
No,
I
hold
know
Double
on,
for
how
you
hold
is
much
on.
70
No,
money I
something.
put
Danhai,
in.
hold on.
But
Let him
double for
talk.
you is
No,
70 something.
I know how much money I put in,
Mm-hmm.
and
That's
I know
fine.
how much I expect to get out.
How much you expect to get out? That's what I
Get
want
out.
here.
So when I see the money that I put in double, then I pull
Oh,
out.
so it's the money.
So what
Okay,
price is
that's
that?
cool. So what price
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that? What price is that?
I don't remember the price that I bought it at. I remember exactly how much money I put in, but I don't remember the
So how you
exact.
track it? So you can wait until
No, hold
you
on.
can wait
Do you
until it
track it?
close and
Repeat that.
Do you track
how
it?
you track it? Yeah.
As I say, I remember how much I put in.
No man, you track it. How do you check? Where do you look to see how far you are, how far up you are on JMB?
Um, I use money line.
So you look and see if you say about you know the double amount that you paid and thing that. And if money line figure say X one day, then whatever. You realize I don't know if you realize how much more problem that. Because guess what you're
Here's what you
doing?
can do.
You're,
Here's
you're
one thing
waiting on
that.
this you're
Sorry.
waiting
Here's
on it
one
to
thing.
close double instead of
Yeah.
sell at double. You have to see money line say it there. That means the market close and money line done do the reshuffling until they say, all right, this is where the price. Versus if I'm selling at 76, I just make sure I say I can sell at 76 on any given day. It of close at 76. Tell me that I can sell.
Mhm.
Yeah.
My money JA.
Trust me. At least that
It
will
helps.
help you. That will really help you.
You give you
If
your average
only.
price, you know what you're selling at, but you know what double year price is. You can even put in the order from now because you actually know what your price is versus how much money you put in or whatever. Different ball game. Don't sell yourself short. You set yourself up for a bigger problem.
And you can also set an alert so that when you hit the double, you'll know that
You
I hit
know.
the double right now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to do this stuff deliberately, not accidentally, setting yourself up for a rough time, my guy. And I get what you're saying that JMB has had great results. There's no doubt. They're about to announce even bigger results. The Sagicor
Fox.
Financial Corporation
Surgical financial thing. Yep.
everybody saw the profit. It's huge. They're going to
Uh-huh.
declare a dividend because they always declare a dividend. And that dividend is gonna go. A huge part of that dividend is gonna go to JMB in US dollars. That doesn't matter much for their profit, but it is going to matter greatly for their cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's US dollars, so they're going to get it. So there's probably going to even be great forex gains, right? But is that going to matter? Is that going to send JMB to 80? If you check these results, JMB has been having stellar results already all the time. This thing, if you look at this thing, My Money JA, I know that
record upon record.
Yeah, I know that they're at 8.2 billion in profit, which is more than the amount that they made in the entire last year. I know that they're gonna report super profits again, but I also know that every time them share price pass $40, back down it goes. It big up stunks stunks underscore JA. The meme god. But you should do grow because there's certain little fundamental things that you'll get from it that will save you from a world of trouble, right? You hear us joke every week about Cygnus. The wonderful Cygnus is making oodles of money and only setting themselves up to make more and more and more. Between this part here, if you can see my screen, November 12th, right before the first quarter, the last first quarter results came out, and today, Cygnus made so much money. Their current year to date is half of what it was last year, and last year they made
Strong business.
Last year they made the majority of their money in the last half of the year. So that means that if you figure it out, that means that they are way ahead on the Q1, way ahead on the Q2, and if they continue that trend for Q3 and Q4, they're gonna be extremely ahead. The share price does not respond. In fact, after them drop the last best results ever, the share price fell and
Look
continues
at
to
November.
fall
Best result. In fact, the market preempt the results and it still fall after them come out.
right after. because results don't set share prices. So it's very important for you to make sure that the basis on which you're buying a stock and the basis on which you are projecting that you're going to make money in the future is a strong basis, not just they're making good money. And
They're
you
making
don't
good
want,
money. They've been making good money. So
yeah.
this new money, you think that make your profits strong? What's different about this new money? And is it different enough? A lot of questions you're not answering there to yourself. And again, just the very basics. What's your target here? You're looking at your money having to double. You have to see it after the fact. In fact, it could be even above your target price for a good while before it's actually even close at your target price. So you could have seen that trade at 89 in the day, but heavy enough trade swinging at a low value, at a low price. So you will never exit because it never reflects on the thing that say your money double.
These are very common mistakes that people make while saying the things about how strong the company is.
Some people are strong a little more. We know that. The market knows that. Don't act. That's the thing. We said that a new. What's going to cause this new money to be made for your pocket on your share price? All the same thing has been happening for the last 2 years. Strong business. That doesn't say much.
The business
You
has
bought
been
it because
strong.
of a strong business. You're selling it double. It's not because of a strong business. Because if that was the case, you would have been able to buy it at the price you bought it for because the strong business that take the double already.
That's making sense to you, Cruz?
Yeah, man. It seems well. It's a
Oh, we're
different.
not knocking JMB, by the way.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It requires a different sort of mental
Mindset. Yeah.
attitude to be able to
Who's you
do
working in
those
industry?
short term moves.
You work in the industry?
No, hold on.
Not
Stop. Hold
short
on.
term,
Hold on.
no. Stop. No
Fuck
short
to do
term,
with
no long
short
term. Not
term.
like that at all. Long term, same game. We just lie to
Okay.
ourselves that it's different and think about it again. Check back on the long term investors. Ask how they're doing. You'll be you will not. I won't be surprised, but you probably will. The same guys that said those type of things, you check back. Even over the long term, they're surprised and you're not making any.
You'd say you wouldn't necessarily say no to somebody saying maybe 2 or 3 years is long term, Cruz?
That's more medium
Oh, that's more
term.
medium to you. And you're investing currently in JMB for the short term.
Yes, I would say yes. So I have more than one portfolio. I'm trying to start up a different portfolio, a different objective.
Cruz, the people talking to you at least right now are not as silly or wild or short term as you think.
You
The
think.
thing that
In fact, they do. I've said it many times. Many times. Randy has a very public track record of a long term holding. So if you think he's a short term guy, you think he it don't really work. So
yeah, I make very long term plays. I'm poor. I'm from a poor family. We don't have a lot of money. And so the only
I
way,
don't
like if
think
I
anybody on the
can,
call believe you know.
it doesn't matter because the belief doesn't change the number in my pocket. My point
exactly.
is, I'm telling you how I've gotten to where I am. If I can see something 3 years out, let's say our JPS is probably gonna IPO this year. I know that JPS was going to IPO maybe the last 3, 4, 5 years, right? And I could be 5 years ago thinking to myself, I would love to be able to put $10 million in JPS when it IPO in 5 years. The only way I'm going to get $10 million between 5 years ago and now when it IPO is short-term plays. but I'm not really investing for the short term. I'm trying to build up a nest egg so that when something comes along, I can put it in there for the long term. But here's the reality: I don't do short term or long term. I invest towards my goal.
Mm-hmm.
And what is happening here is that you're not really clear on what it is. Like I even asked you that you say, I would say yes. Would you say yes or yes? Because if you're saying yes, it's just yes, People only say I would say yes when they're really not saying yes.
You know, I know that because when I do it.
Yeah. You see, when I do it, when I find myself saying what I would say, is nobody's in control of me.
I say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why would I say what I would say? Say what I say. Yeah.
You just want to be clear on your reasons and what's actually happening, and then you want to go further and be clear on the effects that you expect. 300 million as a buyout only sounds big if you say 300 million, but is 300 million big if the thing it's buying costs 2 billion?
In fact, 80 billion.
No, man. Well, yeah, that is true.
Give me
83
market cap.
billion. Yeah.
And then someone buy $300 million.
But I don't know if
them drop in a bucket and last.
Yeah, I don't think them the float is usually I don't think the float is point is, Cruz, you want to be very aware of what it is that you're really doing and being very honest with yourself about what it is that you're really doing and what it is that you really want. That is how you get to the profit. That is how you get to the that's how you get to the money. That's the truth. That's how you get to the money. And that's how you get to the profit deliberately. What I do, what Danhai do, what the grower grads who take it serious do, is not impressive because of the money made. It's because of the calling of the money made. It's like in golf or in pool. It's not the trick shots. Trick shots look great, but the person who is really good at pool is a person who can call a shot, and 9 times out of 10 they make the shot that they call. That is when they're deadly. If you want to be good at this investing thing, whether in the long term or the short term, you have to be able to call your shots and then make the shots you call. Trust me. Trust me. Or don't trust me. Try and see.
And in fact, the not calling a shot is a lie. Because we all know that we are calling a shot. When you're betting on anything, you're buying into anything. You're buying the JMB because you think it's going to go up at base. Yes, you have some. You think it's going to double because that's your profit. That's your profit point. You're not buying it if you don't think you can get double. So that's just you calling a shot.
Mm-hmm.
When you start modeling yourself and saying, "My issues you haven't measured the double properly," and that's the myself of a failure. So you can't do the investing thing long term, short term without calling it. Because when you buy this thing for the long term NCB over the next 10 years, you know what you expect from NCB in 10 years. That's why you buy it for 10 years. If it's not doing that and you stick with it because then that's you saying, all right, this didn't work. This didn't work out. Well, let me stay here.
Yeah.
That's a warped idea.
Buy the car for sell it back. I couldn't get to sell, so now
I couldn't sell it, so go and drive it. 3 years in. I fix everything on it too.
That's how you have to think about it. Honesty with self is essential for being good at this investing thing. All right, Cruz.
Yeah, man.
Bless up. Yeah, man. So
don't feel beat up about it, please. I just want you to, if you have money in something,
yeah, man,
look at it as carefully as you can, and just look at it as carefully as you can. That's all. I'm not saying one way or another. Just look at it as carefully as you can.
Yeah. I plan to do the grower thing, but probably next month.
All right. As long as I'm having it, you'll be more than welcome there. And let's see if you come out of it with that mindset shift, which I don't know if you've ever looked at, like the feedback that most people give. That's how I know when it actually works. When them say a mindset, the shift in their mindset. Because it's not like the things that will make you profitable. I am telling you, you already know. Anyway, I hope you don't get discouraged by it. I'm saving this one for later, but I'll talk to him now. Sir Sean, the betting man himself.
What's up, boss?
Yo, I long me away to know about an hour now.
Sorry, sir.
But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the thought though.
All right, big up, sir. You get your money, by the way. You get your money for your learn shares.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Double the bet. Double the bet.
Double the bet. All right, you double down. All right, what are new terms?
The new we just all right. So we start out the date. So it's not August 1st. It would have be the end of August. So end of August. Yeah. So it would have be in September.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's go ahead.
If September 1 come, Eddie Focal need to be at what?
250.
Still?
Yeah.
Yo, the man, we don't take that and run with it. We don't say 5, 10, and I think something heavy, like carry. That's no way.
Really? He's still betting.
You're brave, man. Brave.
Okay. You double the money on the bet?
No. Yeah. So we started at one point. No, the money double.
Okay. So if you lose, you have to pay out double whatever the original money was. And if he loses, all right. I will cover half of the bet. Still. No, I don't think you will either. Just in case, I will give you some insurance. If you lose, I will pay half. And if you win, I want half.
No problem. Today, we get me so
hold on, pause, because I'm not getting myself in no more trouble with these bets. What exactly is the amount of money that you're betting? Are you seeing what I just said? What is the amount of money that you're betting? Before I hear I just lose my parents' house. What is the amount of money that you're betting?
Is that drink,
Oh no, definitely double. Cool. Go through.
Yeah.
Go through.
I drinks money, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What were you saying?
Since that 50 year now, I earned it.
Yeah, man. So remember we were talking about you guys don't drink underage.
That's
funny enough. Yeah, funny enough. I did my research and funny enough, somebody one of my boss got a slightly overage Appleton. And
overage.
It's not overage. You can underage. Overage.
What age Appleton him get? Him get one of the 30-year-old?
No.
One get.
You know, read so much. But if you wanted the code, it was a gift though.
But what age? What year is it?
I think it was 19.
My
memory. Yeah. My memory served me correctly.
That's like the bottle looks special or something. It's really old.
Yeah.
Word. Like him can't. Is it open? Him open it?
No. Where from home,
Oh yeah. But I mean, wait. So you got it or he has it?
Yeah, man. I got it to give him.
You found a 19 Appleton have a 19?
Yeah, man. About 19 or about 21. About 19.
Yeah, no, I'm 21. I don't have 19. Mine are knock off.
So long we don't go outside.
Yeah, right.
As I said, I don't remember the exact year, but it was over the summer. Yeah.
What color the box it coming?
No, man, it coming along. No, the gift they put it in a special packaging.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, big up Appleton constantly. Like I can't act. I like a good Appleton. It's like a good sipping rum.
Yeah, man. I need to do the rum tour.
Oh, you should. Yeah, that's a good tour. Everybody should do that, especially now we
can
go outside.
I'm not a red rum person. I only drink that shit when you Uno.
I don't really drink. I mean, white rum is white rum. It's like air, but I don't like when you're drinking an aged rum. It's almost like you're drinking a scotch. I view it the same. I view an old Appleton the same way I view a scotch. Like it's for sipping. It's not.
If you what? Tell me if you what?
Like a scotch, like a
Oh,
Like a old
yeah,
scotch.
again, that's how you. I don't know why I speak. I don't go very deep outside
Yeah,
of
but it's
that.
two different things. White is like that's you trying to make your body understand that life is pain. But but like this is a different. It's like a drink. Like you can be at like an event, nice, and I don't mean like carnival. I mean like any kind of carnival if that's your thing. But it's like a sipping drink. It's like a dinner drink. It's not you're not gonna drink it all the time. At
Listen
least
to people.
I am not.
Randy gave me a culture shock. See,
Yeah.
I saw these guys eating chicken and watching it on the road, and I was doing this. Just no bother.
It was
What
good
kind of
chicken.
rum?
Over
Chicken is
80.
fine. Yeah, wash it on the rum, the straight rum. Man, them tell me say you can't drink it with no ice, cause yo,
Yeah, but
the rum
no.
never sit down in a box in a barrel and age for how long?
To
Feel
be
gonna mess
fair
it
though,
up.
you did a rum tour yet? Danhai?
I have not. I have
Do the
not.
rum tour and you learn respect for that. You learn respect for it. You can't hold on. You did look on the old scotch and really mix it with what? Pepsi and canned water. You must
Facts.
be mad. You must be
Again,
mad.
I'm not a red rum person, so I would go in there with a bit cranberry
Me-
juice probably
Me
with reserve.
either. But you can't
outside
do
of that?
that. Them rum in a make for water don't like that, brother. The most you can do is you can put a little water in it. A little, like a couple, if that's your thing. But you can't cran water my thing, but you must have to get dark. You can imagine, alright, so you drink a 50-year-old and you cran water it?
I don't do cranberry water liquor. Cranberry
Okay.
probably. Cranberry juice, straight cranberry juice, but
Just anyways, Sean. Oh yeah. Anyways, Sean. What's up otherwise? How the market are treated? Pick a stock and then
Boy, work have me away, you know. But so the week that I first came on, you know, I exit some plays and then I reposition. So I watching the reopening. I'm on the reopening train.
What that mean? A whole heap of Wisinko.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I see them one keep carnival and so forth, and a lot of persons, you know, they're promoting the party. So yeah,
and bar open.
Let me tell you something about carnival. I'm just going straight off checking the Twitter temperature here. I don't think carnival cannot keep. Like even if them don't officially keep it, I think at this point the so-called lovers just can't them just have it. It just go on. It's just a matter of whether or not a promoter wants.
We've been inside for too long and it
brother.
can't go down so.
Yeah, that's just a simple truth. So I think it's inevitable. People outside like nothing. Let me show you how people outside. New strain in China lockdown, and people don't give a damn.
Nope.
People just don't care. And we're not going back inside. I was saying it to Danhai the other day. Say, I don't think that the government could actually lock back down the country again. I don't think it could be done. Just off. No, you can't do it. You can't lock back down. People just not there. If it happens, get vaccinated. I'm sorry, get vaccinated. People, it's 2.5 years, you know. I'm not go back inside, brother.
No, go in.
Yeah, well, let's not say that.
I go see Randy on a road somewhere later night. The video. Just don't address the Prime Minister.
I'm not that dumb. No. But yeah, we think I figure this. I say it openly because I think a lot of people are looking there, and I don't think they're wrong. And more importantly, I think Wisinko did the same thing a lot of other companies did, which is during the pandemic, they made themselves more efficient.
More stronger.
The thing is, Wisinko was already an efficient machine. And at the size and scale that Wisinko is, being more efficient is even deadlier. Like look at this, don't take this simply now. This October to December, 1.1 billion in profit versus 688 million in profit.
Oh, Wisinko.
Yeah, Wisinko is it's not a bad bet. It's not,
and
a
it
bad
can
bet.
take volumes. That's a crazy thing.
Yeah. I see the feature on my Monica. I got it, you know.
Oh, big up.
Yeah, since we spoke, I did the trial and then You know, I never had issues. I never had issues with the charge in the card after the trial finish. So one of the features I saw where it said that Usinka is one of the most liquid on the market.
Yeah. You have it in your watch list then. You have some alerts set up for it then.
Well, I never put the alerts on that because I don't care what the price is.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I'm just in terms of where it's at now. I just keep buying. But I have a
Buying
I
is
have a
believing.
yeah. I see
When
the
people try
play.
buy,
Repeat.
when people try buy stuff, them go and them say 20 is good. But I say 19.75, so paid at 1974 and hope and pray and cross my fingers. Then gonna sell it to me at my price, even though my price is 20, but I want to get a deal.
And then them DM me next week and say, I've been trying to buy it. And I'm like, but it's been trading every day. What you've really been doing is you've been putting your order in at 1953, trying to save
That's a
22
pinch cent.
cents.
20. Yes, it.
Yeah.
So funny enough, you said that.
We deal with it every day, brother. Every day. Worse
Funny
than
enough, you said that.
I.
Funny enough, you said that. I have the same issue too. Like I do something about I do every month where I buy a particular stock, right?
Your dollar
So
cost average it.
yeah, man. So me and my friend, me and my friends, we have a group. But we're gonna buy this particular stock for X amount of time, and when every year comes, we're gonna double the amount that we put in every month, right? But
Word. How many
repeat.
people in that group?
How many people?
In that group, yeah.
At the moment, I think it's over. I think it's about it touching 10, but it continue growing because
Yeah,
you
man.
know,
Vision and spread.
yeah,
Yeah,
the news are
it's
gonna
good
spread,
friends.
and when them,
It's good friends.
yeah, co-workers and they add their friends, so the group expanding.
Yeah, man. I know. That's how I started out. You see that first core group? If them take it serious, whatever stock it is,
Repeat?
if that first core group takes it seriously, I'm going to say
Yeah.
like I'll be conservative and say within 10 years, the first 10, if they keep doing that, I wouldn't say you'll be millionaires. You'll be multimillionaires. That is a very, very simple and underestimated way to get very, 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 very rich.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't know if I want to say the rest because it's not the type of thing that I often talk about publicly. But
Is
generally,
it's like one of our projects.
yeah, it's a,
Yeah, no,
that's
the
a very
public
good
don't need
decision. I
that.
hope you take
Yeah.
it more serious than just buying the stock and whatever. You can
Yeah.
go you can go to a lot of lines with that and keep do it. If you talk private, then that may say everything, but isn't. But yeah.
That's a
So I said that to say because our timeline is long, but every time the time come to buy the stock, it's like we try to get it at the best price, but really and truly we should just put in really and truly we just put in a
But you're doing long term.
I tell you how
Yeah.
it goes.
Think about this. If for 10 years you're buying it for, with the little you're saving now, I tweeted around that thing there, around long-term investors earlier, and those they might be stuck in them favor, bro. That's like you saying if anybody tells you a stock is overvalued today, and you're buying that, overvalued now, but 10 years from now, if you think the price 10 years from now is going to be this, then you're not buying. But it's very likely, okay, $2 if Fesco at 7, you buy it at 7 because you have an outlook at 10 years. You're fine, bro. You don't worry about the quantity that was under is going to fall. Like if it work in your favor, you buy.
It's because I'm very nice, so I don't say things around those things, right? Let me show you. Let me put it in technical terms that I won't usually use, right? Let's say Fesco is overvalued at 648 where it is now, since then I say Fesco. And you're buying it for 10 years. And so you'd think maybe it's if it was $2 cheaper, I would buy it at 448. What is the value of $2 now with inflation over the next 10 years?
Nothing.
So why am I trying to save it now if I'm really investing for 10 years? If your fundamentals lead you in your 10-year decisions, why is 10 years worth of future inflation on $2 the point that stops you from buying the asset. That is linked to the sharing of a product that we as modern day humans cannot stop ourselves from using. What is 10 years worth of inflation on $2? Literally nothing.
Nothing.
But I don't say those things because if you say it, like I get passionate when I say it, and then people start getting insulted, and I don't care, and it gets worse. But we don't need to do that. So I really like the way you're thinking. I say you see that core group you have with 10. Stop trying pick and choose the price.
Best
When you-
price.
yeah, do what I do. Take my
Yeah,
tip
man.
from this.
Yeah,
Buy
well, stop
from
now. I stop.
buy from the sell queue. As in, look in the sell queue,
Yep.
see what's available, and buy.
Yeah, and that's buying.
Goodbye.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
So
the
think
10
yourself
cent-
to get rid of that thing there. Actually, when you were talking about cash, Randy, but you just not like having cash in it. I was going to say, I'm very fine having a small loss because I just bought up rather than having the cash to steer upon me. Because,
all the time.
the little cents or the $1 on this little percentage difference, no, it's going to kill me. Because if you're buying a stock thinking you get 30% outside and 1% up is too bad,
Mm-hmm.
good luck, my G. Yeah. It's like 29 are good enough again.
Yeah,
Man,
So-
so anytime, so funny enough, it's two junior market companies, and
smart.
Even better.
That's
Even
very
better.
smart. That's very smart.
yeah, man. So we took that approach because we know why, the benefits of being on the junior market, and those are the companies, at the early stage. So you're getting a growth company, right?
But, you should be getting a growth company. One of them is
Should be. No, it's lumber and mail pack.
Brother, more you invite me on the yacht.
Facts.
More you invite me on the yacht.
I'm gonna show you the hardware, man.
Yeah. Okay. I want you invite me on the yacht. That's all I'll say.
Alright, no problem.
Lumber. That's not a bad pick at all.
At
At
all.
all. Somebody said to me, only one person said it so far. I kept quiet because I want to see if it will become a bad thing said in public. That, construction has been taking a real hit with the war that's going on and the logistics things. A real hit has been coming to construction in terms of the prices of items. That's a bad thing. And the person said this to me as a bad thing.
Bad thing.
And I wondered if they realize what they're saying to me is that steel is now going to cost more. Lumber Depot sells steel. So you mean they're going to charge more for it?
Go back to Mayberry's forum.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. No. Nope. Okay. I said, what I said to them? I said, okay. I wish I had more money. I'd buy a lot of lumber. No, that's what I will tell you. And I do own some lumber. And just invite me on the yacht. You want what you say? You say it's lumber and what? A meal pack. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the crowd love meal pack,
Well, not recently.
What?
Not a bad thing for you. Well, then I like that.
I don't like me, I tell. Remember, I've been buying it, so.
Well,
Jump. This week is the play of the week,
Mr. the play of the week, man. But the prices that we were buying at, is when
it's high.
Yeah.
No,
It's coming down now, though.
Yep, that's straight opportunity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But we're not really watching that.
Right.
We're just buying.
That's smart. That's very,
If
very
it's good
smart.
at 4, then it's good at 3 if you have a 10-year down. If it's good at 4, it's good at 3 no matter what, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mail pack is a good play. Mail pack is the new high-low. Just give it time.
Yeah. I see where the parent did something with JP.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know? Other things with JP.
Yeah, especially on the logistics
And it gets
side.
more and more
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that should be really interesting.
Interesting is one word. That's true.
Yeah. What comes out of it?
Yeah. I tell you to come to Groto and I'll show you how how I research, and then you'll understand I wish I had more money to do all the plays comfortably that I see, but I don't. So I have to pick and choose. But what are you guys doing with that group? I want to keep buying, keep doing it in 10 years. And I'm saying 10 years, knowing full well that it'll probably be 3 years in my mind. In my mind, it'll probably be 3 years, if not sooner. Are you going to?
Then him still buy.
Oh God, that's when you need to turn it up. That's when you need to turn. All the dog agree. How that man show you?
No, I say, yeah, man, feet there.
Yeah. When you think you've gotten there, that's when you need to start using the advantage that you have built up over all these years. Like Leechin said, you've gotten to that point. You've gotten to that point where you're now getting exponential gain from the work you've put in. Keep going at that point. Yeah.
Think of the dividend. Again, Jesus. And I think I think all dividends on anything more than we can just buy more with these things. Jesus.
Oh yeah, reinvest the dividends.
That.
Yeah, reinvest
Yeah,
the
man,
dividends.
that's part of the plan.
Yeah, that's a good
So
consideration.
we're waiting on the mail part dividend.
Yeah, but it's another thing I found. I could easily be doing a DCA around but then that's money I'm not doing there. Money can go somewhere else, right?
That's
Yeah.
true. But
But
that
I
was
can do it to a
the
point
aim
where
of the group.
if I do it, I can do it to a point where the money I'm sending there don't matter. But I don't think I should ever be doing that. If I'm doing it for real, then do it for real. Put money that actually matters.
I doing it for real. It's not like these are the only positions that we're taking about. This was just a
man. We know what I say, man. Yeah.
Keep doing it. We're proud. But all right,
Indeed.
all right, Sean. Big up. All right, we're going late, Danhai. And when I say going late, I mean we have gone late. I take in the last person out, this lady, Kamsi Wamsi, and then we're calling it a night. Hello, Kamsi
trouble.
Wamsi. Kamsi Wamsi.
No, I'm not giving any trouble. I'm just saying big up, guys. This is my first time making it to the end of the space. I always drop asleep and wake up and see the phone on Twitter still. So anyways, I really enjoyed the conversation you guys were having with, I think it was Loween. I think that's his name. Lord Jesus. I don't mean to butcher his name. But the guy who low-key work at KW. That one.
Oh, that wasn't Lowlin.
That's not Lowlin.
That's not Lowlin. Yeah.
Not
I don't know if the person work at KW, but go on talk. Stop trying to pressure people. Anyway, what you saying?
No, not pressuring nobody. No, man. No, I was just saying I enjoyed the conversation with him. I think it's really important to understand, what companies do, literally how they make money. And it's something I want to spend a little bit more time on, just researching the companies. I admit I don't do that enough. So yeah, and I think I might actually do the grow up.
What you say?
Not the one tomorrow, but maybe
Check your advisor for a discount.
That is true.
Okay, Danhai. Okay, Danhai.
All right.
But yeah, big up, guys. That's all I really wanted to say. So it's fitting that it ends with me, my first night making it to the end. I feel proud.
All right, no problem. Big up. Thank you.
Big up every time, miss.
Thank you everybody who joined, everybody who gave a view, asked a point, or gave a story. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you, of course, Danhai, for doing this with me. And
anytime, bro.
See you guys again next week. After the quarter. Let's see if there's something interesting happening in the next few days.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm certain.
Yeah, well,
that's fiscal timing.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. Well, let's see what that looks like. Maybe we'll talk about it. April 1, April Fool's Day. We'll see. All right, guys. Night.